driving some of the hottest cars New York has ever seen. From dropping some of the hottest verses rappers ever heard. From the dope spot with the smoke, fleeing the murder scene, you know me well. From nightmares of a lonely cell, my only hell. But since when y'all brothers know me to fail? Heck no, well all my brothers with the rubber grips for shots. And if you with me, mama, rub on your tits and whatnot. I'm from the school of the hard knocks. You must not let outsiders violate our box in my plot. Let's stick up the world and split it 50-50, Let's take the dough and stay real taking, And set the Chris and get pissy, flowing beneathly like the memory of my brother Biggie, baby. You know it's hell when I come through. The life and times of Sean Carter, brother, volume 2. Y'all brothers get ready. It's the hard knock life for us. It's the hard knock life for us. Instead of treated, we get tricked. Instead of kisses, we get kicked. It's the hard knock life. It's the hard knock life for us. It's the hard knock life for us. Instead of treated, we get tricked. Instead of kisses, we get kicked. It's the hard knock life.
Hello, everybody. Glad to be here with you guys again. Just double checking a few settings and making sure everything is working fine. Okay, it is. All right. Yes, I do want to thank everybody for being patient. Some of the research was deleted again. This is the second time, if it's anything that was super controversial, that was deleted. But the good thing is, it wasn't the most important part. So you definitely will be able to at least still have that, thank God. And yeah, glad to be here with you guys. We had some other comments that came through earlier. So, because of the delay, I think it was Richie Rich was originally the first in that regard for the comments. We do have a special guest we're going to bring on in here in just a bit as soon as I see that he's around and sitting down. But nonetheless, we'll start off with G. Good to see you, G. Thanks for being here from the Underdog Research community. First comment of the day from G says, "Let's go, Max." And we'll show you who that surprise guest is here in a bit. Maybe you were wondering about what happened to this guy. Maybe you were like, hey, man, I remember that guy when you see him. So I could tell he's kind of setting up. I'm glad to have him back on because I actually did have a couple of you guys ask about him, like Patrick Collier and so on. But nonetheless, we are going to welcome some more of you guys. So let's see this comment from G. It says, Russia is looking at stablecoins. SPA will rocket with the stablecoins narratives coming up. Yeah, we're going to get into some of that as well. But I'm glad that you are in the mix when it comes to that. Guys, I want to advise everybody, smash the like. It does trigger the X algorithm and also the YouTube algorithm to get the broadcast out to a broader base. On top of that, we got the lovely Brittany in the house. Hey, Brittany, haven't seen you in a while. Thanks for being here. Hope all is well in your camp. Underdog Researcher of the Underdog Research channel. He says, let me check in to see what's going down. That sounds like DMX, See what's going down. If it's on and it's on, I got to know now. Is you with me or what? Yeah, he's with us, right? Underdog Researcher of the Underdog Research channel in the house. Glad to have him. Give him a follow over on YouTube. You'd be more than glad that you did. Some of his recent coverage is obviously, was it part 3 of Swift and Metapath? Very interesting. Opened up my eyes. I'm still learning. Are you guys still learning? Check out the coverage over there. Some of his collaborations with the one and only Rue Black. It's going to be a good thing. But we're going to just read a couple more comments, and we're going to welcome our surprise guest here in a bit. HTTR all day, every day. The legend has returned again. Drop that knowledge chant, Max. Well, thanks. That's quite the compliment. Do appreciate that. Yeah, you're very welcome. Let's read this also from Beeves. He says, "Greetings, future millionaires, crypto millionaires. Hope all is well. Thank you, Max." Yes, gotta do it in the the typical Beeves voice from back in the day. Deutsche Bank backed Taurus expands digital assets custody issuance offering Stellar Lumens. Thank you. All right, we're just gonna welcome a few more of you guys because I know there's been a delay. Stump Rider in the house. Good to see you. We got also the one and only Tim Shea who sprays from far away, having everyone hit the DECK. Mayor Crypto Commissioner in the house, Mr. Tim Shea. You know how it goes. Representing the 589th district with XRP Army, his fellow constituents. All right, .biz, thank you very much for being here. We got Rob Crypto Future in the house. He said, "Yo, what's good, broski? Watching for work again." Well, cool, man. Got to have you on. I was thinking about you. Got to get you really back on for real. You're at your job thing though, but we're gonna have to do a JASMY special again. And I just want to state this real quick for everybody. I know a lot of you guys have pointed out. You said, hey man, you haven't been covering JASMY. Quant has been the focus lately because there's been a lot been going on, but that doesn't mean that I'm not covering the JASMY. Of course not. Somebody called me. He's like, you were a what does it say? You were a JASMY maxi, and now you're a Quant maxi. I'm like, I had to correct him. I was like, well, in reality, I'm not a maxi in anything. But anyway, I got his point. OG Crypto's in the house from Washington, as in DC or the state. Interesting. Good to see you, OG. GTA 5 for life. Welcome. We're going to recognize Tim Shea real quick. He says, "Let's go. Happy 4th. If there's anybody I skipped, it was on purpose." Oh, there's Boomer F. Sooner in the house. Good to see Boomer. Thank you for being here. And let's see here. I would even highlight the guy's question that you asked about. He doesn't even deserve that much recognition. Sorry. But it's good to see you, Mr. Elon Muff, Michael Cornwell. And thank you, Michael Cornwell, for the hat. New hat. Thanks to him. I do appreciate it, man. Thank you. All right. Yeah, I'm not going to read that one, but thank you. No, but we won't necessarily be doing live shows, but it would be some recorded ones. So we're looking to do some collaborations on that. All right. Cheryl, hey, Max, the longer we wait, the better your beer looks. It's actually been better. All right. I'm sure there's some comments I probably missed. There's River. Got to welcome River. Good to see you. But I don't want to keep this guy waiting. Let's welcome him back. The one and only, drum roll, please. Who is the mystery guest? Let's actually double check comments. Does anybody got who the mystery guest is? There's Selmo Fudd. Good to see Selmo. Johnny. Let's see if anybody's got the mystery guest real quick. Quant, you'll never want. That's good stuff. So nobody got it right, and that's okay. I think if Patrick Collier was here, he would get it right because he asked about him. So here's drum roll. 3, 2, 1. It is this guy, King Channing. Channing Harrell. How you doing, Channing?
Hey, Max. How's it going today? I appreciate that introduction.
It's going well, man. I'm glad to have you back on. You get asked about and so on. So Channing is going to be part of our outline tonight. Not on every single little part, but we are going to get some of his 2 cents on some of his findings. There's a particular thing that we're all going to watch together as a community because I really feel as though we need to. That is part of the center of attention. But if anything, we're now going to get into the outline. So let's actually read this real quick. It is from HTTR all day. It says, "That dude is back dropping knowledge." Maybe he is referring to you. I hope he is. Anyway.
Thank
you want to give us, you're welcome. You want to give us a little heads up? Anything new going on with you, your channel? Maybe you've been taking a little bit of break.
I have taken a little break, but only because I've been focused on working a lot, driving extra capital so that I can start deploying inside of this market that is extremely, extremely discounted at the moment, which is a godsend People complain about the price action, but this is a blessing. So I've just been working a whole lot, but there is more content coming. I've been working on a few videos as we speak, so just stay tuned for them.
Awesome. Glad to hear it. Obviously, always glad to hear it. Glad to see you back on. Always enthusiastic, positive energy from the one and only Channing Harrell. And just to give him a quick plug, we'll give you a plug again. Here's his channel, just in case you're new. Here it is. And again, guys, we'd like to see this tick up if you could. We're at 377. At the end of the show, we'll see the performance to see how well this did. Obviously covers mainly Quant, but he has covered Crow. His last coverage about 2 weeks ago. I get it. Even with myself, I took a week and a half off earlier. I'm glad to do it. You can get really burned out. As you guys know, I used to do shows every single day of the week for, what was it, like a year and a half straight? So,
wow.
Yeah, it was nuts. But the point is, can't expect everybody to do the same thing, and people need breaks. So glad to have you. And that doesn't mean that there's pressure for you to come back on tomorrow, brother.
I'm glad to be back.
Yeah. All right. Once again, please smash the like. Let's get into the outline just one more time. Actually, before we do, he has an X. If you follow that King Channing QNT, he does post over there from time to time, but his main focus is obviously YouTube. Once in a while, he'll do a live show, as you can see right here. Let's go ahead and share that, full screen that. And of course, there you go. And people do really value your content. I've seen lots of good comments. I actually tune in, as you know. So glad to share that.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Yeah, you're very welcome. So before we start the main outline, you did mention real quick, Channing, that you've been taking advantage, obviously, with this dip. We had a rebound, obviously, for Quant, back up to like a little over $80. I took advantage of the last dip when it was 74.
Yeah.
It was so tempting for me to swap like half of my Shiba Inu for it, but I'm looking at it from the perspective that utility run is more likely going to be late 2025 in my book. I could be wrong on that. So I kind of look like I want to, how should I say, I didn't want to miss out on, some of these memes like SHIB and so on. And as a result, have some money for them.
It sounds like you want to be able to hit every part of the market as they have their perspective rises throughout the course of the market. Because, memes are going to have their time. And then, another sector like DeFi will have their time. And then another sector like L1s will have their time, or L2s. And then you'll have your utilities.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way I look at it. Could be wrong on that, but
exchanges,
I don't think so.
All of that good stuff.
Absolutely. So, guys, we're going to start now. I know I keep saying that, but we are going to start now in regards to the coverage. The community segment, which will be myself, obviously Channing, you guys, is when we get to the YouTube video. Okay. So we're going to start off with this right here. Let's just simply get right into the weeds of the discussion tonight. Obviously, it's Quant, Brics, what I really have. So I want to just disclose this because later on it's going to get chopped up. So on tonight's outline in regards to Quant and Brics, understanding supply meets demand, action meets reaction. In my own personal thesis, if you will, I truly believe that there's something going on with Quant and, of course, the Brics nations. Now, I understand the narrative. The narrative will state that there is no freaking way that's going on if Quant works with, for example, UK Finance, Digital Pound, and so on. But you also have to keep in mind what is going on really with some of these nations, and more particularly, what has the BIS been doing? The central bank of central banks when it comes to how they're going to handle the Brics nations, or have they actually already done that? So wait until the very, very end of this particular outline. And basically speaking, I want you guys to realize there is a bigger picture. And the other more important thing is to understand that At the very, very end of the outline, you will see how I piece this all together. And I will actually show you some real documents with real proof, with real patents to back up my own particular hypothesis. So I appreciate you guys staying from beginning to end, and you're going to want to do that. If you show up late, that's okay. It's not a classroom. You know, some people state that it's, basically a classroom, but you could always go back and rewind, and of course, all of it's chopped up later. So with that said, let's just finally get into it. Here it is. This is going to start off the outline, and this is actually from Reuters. Let's go ahead and full screen this. As you can see right here, what exactly is the big deal? Well, number one, Russian lawmakers, like it says, approve use of digital assets in international transactions. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you a little bit to the present. I'm going to take you back to the past, and then have you understand the outline from beginning to end. So past, present, maybe a little bit of that future. So back in February, Russian lawmakers, as we know or don't know, on Tuesday approved draft legislation allowing digital assets, financial assets, I should say. These are called DFAs, to be used in international settlements, a move that may enable Moscow to shield some cross-border money flows from international scrutiny. The green light from lawmakers comes as the West, led by the United States, threatens, once again, banks in countries such as Turkey, China, with secondary sanctions for facilitating trade with Russia. Now, of course, a person just kind of coming in, they're going to say, well, trade, that sounds like XDC. And we understand that XDC also obviously has a bigger picture connection to all this. But this statement of legislation, how it required the approval of Russia's upper house of parliament from Vladimir Putin before it became law, and how this basically all unfolded. So, did it really unfold? Was there anything that happened after this particular point? Well, the answer is yes. Let's look at this quote. They are putting pressure on banks. Yes. Understand that as we move forward into the outline. It says, including those from friendly countries, so that these banks do not help Russian companies settle accounts with foreign organizations. Okay. With foreign organizations, who might be some of these organizations? Russia describes countries that have imposed sanctions over what Moscow calls a special military operation in Ukraine as quote-unquote unfriendly. Legislation, according to Exakov, which I did skip over here earlier, basically speaking, he is part of the Russia's State Department, okay? He stated that this will all allow banking system to be bypassed by transactions. Now, I want you to think about that for a second. How is that going to work? And do we have actually anything solid that would make you kind of scratch your head and wonder what is really going on? Look at this statement: reducing external influence, including from quote unquote the enemies. Now, we understand that when it comes to Vladimir Putin and so on, I mean, this guy is former KGB. And while the KGB is dissolved technically on paper, it all seems like in the background it still exists. That's just my own personal opinion. You could agree to disagree. I honestly think that it's a different form. It's called something else, okay? But his sworn allegiance, of course, is to Mother Russia, let's be honest. But on top of that, when he took that oath, who's your sworn adversary? It's the United States. And we've seen some of those citations before. Getting more into this, there's going to be a quick outline in regards to ledger insights I want to share. And I will kind of rapid fire into some of these. So number one is this right here from Capital Markets Ledger Insights. News. How long ago? March 26, 2024. London Stock Exchange to start trading crypto ETNs on May 28th. Well, a lot of talk about ETFs and so on. But what about some of this other stuff that maybe you haven't heard about? Let's talk about that for a second as well. In the outline, you'll see that it gets into the weeds of this and how it announced, as in the London Stock Exchange, that trading Bitcoin and Ethereum exchange traded notes on May 28th will allow the green light for trading given in the Financial Conduct Authority. That's called the FCA. And of course, that happened earlier in March. But it says crypto ETNs, which are actually called CETNs, will be only available for institutional investors. As you get more into this, it says there's interest driven about this. But what about BlackRock? Well, BlackRock is mentioned. It says, for example, that BlackRock's IBIT ETF now has assets under management of $17 billion. Of course, there's Fidelity approaching $9 billion, but Grayscale. So a lot of institutions. What about the inflows? But most importantly, where are these inflows really, really coming? That's where I want to also get into. So getting to the next part, and shout out to Ledger Insights once again. As you can see, back to what Russia has in regards to this, also posted the month before. Russian rating agency ACRA sees banks dominating real-world asset tokenized assets. Well, they even cite some things. Russian digital financial asset issuances, at least back in 2023. You got to understand, just because we're in 2024 doesn't mean you're going to get the full report. But even back in 2021, this legislation supporting the tokenization of RWAs and how it took a while for the central banks to authorize issuing platforms. Now, I know where some of you guys are going to go with this. Okay? Some of you guys are going to point out, like, are you trying to connect the whole thing with Quant authorized? Well, to a sense. All right? I think that was great timing from what we saw, earlier this year and maybe a little bit last year. But on Ledger Insights, you should also really, really look into the statement of what is called DFA, okay? Digital Financial Assets. When I open that up, it takes us to this here. Let me just pull this up for a second. And all sorts of stuff that has to do with, of course, what? The Brics nations. So we understand that while Iran, last I checked, is not officially into it, it does seem like they would have no problem getting into the Brics countries. And for you guys that are newcomers to all this, Brics is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. But all sorts of citations about it. Iran confirms working with Russia, CBDC tokenized assets. Russia expects CBDCs to take 5 to 7 years to scale, starting in 2025 earliest. And that key part, earliest. Now, we've been researching a lot of this stuff. And in the research, all roads point to one key thing, and that is a mandate. An actual worldwide mandate, if anything. A lot of people, like myself, consider this the possible flip of the switch. How so? ISO 222, the final mandate, November 2025. Starting earliest 2025, think about it. Think about the terminology. Getting more into this before we get into the community outline, you're going to see some things that really will raise your eyebrows. So I'm going to take you to this, another part of the outline. Russia expects CBDCs to take 5 to 7 years to scale. Back to the whole thing in 2025. This was in April, this posting. April as in when? This year. Why is this important? Well, in April, the governor of the Bank of Russia, who is Elvira Nobilina, informed State Duma, State Department, about the progress of its central bank digital currency CBDC pilot. Now, that did start August of last year, but it's about the second wave, okay? And that did include some banks, include Russia's largest bank, which is Sber, if I'm pronouncing it right. Probably pronounced it wrong. That's okay. But the point is, they are ready to join this digital ruble pilot. Now, you guys got to also understand, when we get more into the outline, you will see how we line this all up about Russia's announcement of, for example, what are they going to do in regards to picking a blockchain, but more in particular, the Brics nations, right? So there is a reference in regards to the scaling. We are asked the question, when or excuse me, when will the digital ruble become a mass product? Well, back to the whole thing of the thesis, the hypothesis, I should say. And that is, basically speaking, think about it. Mass adoption, they specifically mention, sometime in 2025 at earliest. Okay. Well, it all starts to make sense. Mandates, mass product, mass production. A little bit more about this. It says, in their opinion, this will take 5 to 7 years. This will be a natural process because the choice of the people themselves and the business is fundamental. It should be convenient for them. And of course, everything has to be easy, not just for Russia, not just for the Brics nations. But this statement of targeting crypto for sanctions busting. During the same meeting, the central bank governor encouraged the use of cryptocurrencies for foreign settlement. Now think about that. All right. And think about, if you've been following this channel with everything we've been studying for the course of a couple of years, but more particularly, what have we shown recently with some of these recent bombshells? That particular video where you had, Rue Black on the show, you had Underdog on the show, and we showed literally, look, this is not supposed to be released to the media, but you have all these people sitting at the table. Yes. If you haven't seen it and you're new, you're going to want to watch that as well. But RIA Novosti, think about how that's turned, reported that the governor wants a sandbox type setup. Who has been leading the charge when it comes to a sandbox type setup? Okay. And more importantly, who is doing some key things in the background? Before we take a break here in a bit, I got to get more into the weeds of this. So, read this statement as well. Here we tried in experimental mode for foreign economic international payments. We have long agreed to use digital currencies for foreign economic settlements. It seems to me that it would be desirable for us to quickly adopt this regimen or regime. Work it out, see what it is, what is possible, and basically introduce it to the general legislation. Okay. And those committees, of course, with Russia. Is there more talk about crypto? Is there more talk about legislation? Yes, there is. So, domestically speaking, DFAs do not serve as payment instruments, but Russia recently passed legislation allowing them for cross-border payments. United States, OFAC, stepped in and extended its sanctions list to cover the first 5 licensed DFA platforms. So again, action reaction. Now back to the thing about crypto. It says, however, the OFAC list also included some crypto platforms for offshore payments, including Rossbank Partner B Crypto. Now, when you go to them, if you're wondering about them, a whole other thing opens up, and I don't want to get into the deepest rabbit hole on this one, but citation from last year, Russia Rossbank to start using crypto for what? Cross-border payments. What is one of the things that we recently covered? And that's where I want Channing to actually join us in this discussion, because I'm thinking you did see, because I know you were texting me, blowing up my phone like crazy, which is awesome. Because you saw that whole thing, and what does it show in those screenshots from EBA Day 2024 just a few weeks ago? What's it show literally on the presentation? Boom, proof of crypto.
Absolutely. It literally showed right there. There was tons of different sections, but their very last section was crypto, the certain coins that was issued by the crypto technologies and how they interoperate into the system of the financial system. They absolutely.
Yeah, they do. And, another thing is, it's like some people have stated there's no way they're going to use this. Other content creators saying there's no way they're using banker coins. And then guess what we saw with the research? Yeah, they're definitely using what they call quote unquote banker coins. I don't necessarily call them that, but some people call them that. So the way I look at it is that is some of that action reaction. The other thing I'm going to get into, and I just want to state this for people who are saying that, I don't let my guests speak. There is a segment he's definitely going to get into, which is cool, which is part of our community segment. And basically, yeah, we're going to jump more into this because there is what they call mixed signals So we're going to full screen this. I don't know why it's not sharing that. So let me stop share and then present it again. All right, here it is. So this is interesting as well because I think even some of you guys listening tonight do have some mixed reactions. So again, Ledger Insight's been killing with the Brics coverage. Russia gives mixed signals about common Brics digital currency. April 29, 2024. And it's a little bit more about the whole thing of that summit from last year, citing what happened then and having an update about what's going on now, but much anticipated announcement basically about those local currencies for cross-border payment. How can you have local currencies for cross-border payment? Well, easy. There's lots of things that is mentioned with that, especially when it comes to pairings. Comes to pairings, I should say. Brics in itself expanded from 5 to 10 members, and Russia is currently the organization chair. Back in April, Russia's deputy foreign minister Sergei Ryabkov, I can't say his name, discussed the topic, saying that a common currency is not a current priority. Okay. Says, on the other hand, he said it would be possible to move very quickly, implying a solution that could be less than a year away. Less than a year away. Okay, so that was April. So that would put you into 2025. Now, this is where it gets extremely interesting. After February's Brics meeting, look at this, guys. Russia spoke about a Brics bridge platform for payments without mentioning digital currency. 2 Brics members, China and the United Arab Emirates, are involved in, of course, Project Enbridge. Now, we already know about Project Enbridge. It says a similarly named cross-border central bank digital currency initiative using individual digital currencies for cross-border payments is a significant different approach than using, of course, common currency. I'll read this one more part. Governor of the Bank of Russia, Elvira Nubolina, has previously spoken about the complexity of creating a single Brics currency. She made the comments before Brics membership expanded. And it's about kind of like automation, but I'm not going to read this necessarily, this quote, but I do like this part because it really raises some eyebrows. She says, we agree that Brics, which has 15 years behind it? Like what? I didn't know that. And has just doubled in size, is hardly ready for such steps and experiments. But this does not mean that this idea has been postponed. So there's more updates as I got into this. And I know this is a lot to take in, but I'm telling you, it's going to make so much sense, especially when you get to the part about integration with similar foreign solutions. Think about that. And then this part, currently conducting consultations, negotiations with many friendly countries, and of course with Brics countries, cross-border payments through what? Digital currencies. All right, there's at least 3 more parts we're going to get into in regards to this whole thing, because now you have even Iran, and Iran back in May confirmed working with Russia on CBDC, tokenized assets for payments. Again, why is this important? Well, with this, you're going to see a little bit more about how it mentions Russia and Iran, but how the 2 countries are working together to address settlements. See, remember how I talked about this before? And this is where I'm also going to have Shani chime in. When we talk about this whole thing of, understanding like the bigger picture, we've covered RLN for a good year now. And then recently we talked about RLN with RSN. This pulls it all full circle because look at that statement. Settlements. This is perfect timing. Go ahead.
You were reading that. That's exactly where my mind went. That people have to realize that just because you have the Brics nations doesn't mean that they want to be a silo of the Brics nations. They still want to be able to interoperate so they can do global commerce. So, of course, the M-Bridge will be able to tap into the RLN, tap into the UDPN, tap into the RSN, because they have to be able to do global commerce still.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it too. And, the other thing is understanding this whole thing of like their position on cash. And getting away from our cash system, getting away from the whole thing of the dollar and dollar dominance. When you guys get more into this outline with us tonight, you will see how this all makes full sense. I get criticized about not putting it all together in 15 minutes. That's just not my style. We're a community. You guys all really want to tune into a 15-minute show and have me say goodbye afterwards? I don't think so, but it is what it is. Let's get into a little bit more about this. Just full screen this. This is really good. So that definitely caught my attention because, I mean, Channing is right. RSN, big time, right? I mean, it's literally spelling it out for us. And the other thing is Russian digital financial assets. Again, back to that term. Why does that keep popping up? Legal framework for tokenized assets. Huh. All right. So as we know, when it comes to Russia, especially the whole thing of what led into sanctions of the United States and Russia because, Ukraine and so on. Well, eventually at some point during the discussion, this will get brought up. So you will see here that says with sanctions, the two countries are locked out of SWIFT, as in, the traditional SWIFT, or not SWIFT blockchain, guys. I know some of you got, every now and then somebody will mention that. But for cross-border payments, it can't easily trade in dollars or euros. Hence, they have resorted to what? Local currency payments. Again, action, reaction. Supply meets demand. But that may not be ideal. And of course, Putin and I'm sure his cabinet and so on have recognized that. They're not dummies. Just because we're not on best terms with them and so on doesn't mean they're dummies. They're pretty smart people. But it says, when the topic of Iran-Russia digital currency arose in 2023, did we forget about this as well, guys? I think we did. Digital financial assets such as tokenized gold were not allowed to be used for payments in Russia. Now, I know this is about Russia and Iran, but Channing, not to put you on the hot seat, have you been kind of up to date when it comes to some of the stuff that was recently mentioned, even when it comes to Tether and out of nowhere announcement that they're backed by gold?
I believe that went into play because of things like, I believe you called it MiCA the other day. I've been calling it MiCA, but MiCA and their stablecoin regulation that went live on the 30th of this past month, getting in alignment so that you won't be wiped out.
Yeah, and a lot of talk about Tether, with China and so on, and those particular connections. Just it seems to me it's more than coincidental that we're all seeing some of these things coming to fruition, basically.
Absolutely.
The other thing I want to get into is a little bit more about this as well, because digital financial assets such as tokenized gold, like it says, were not allowed to be used for payments in Russia. All right. Well, what about some of the other Brics countries, right? And when we get more into this, you'll see some of that. So goes more into the whole thing about DFA, talks about the counterparties, more in particularly Iranian counterparties would have to onboard these DFA platforms to use digital financial assets, DFA, such as tokenized gold. They'll likely need to open a Russian bank account as well. See how that drives demand for what the BRICS nations are doing? And back to this, look at this terminology. Given that friction, because Gilbert Verdian is always talking about friction, ACRA suggests the creation of an international exchange operator capable of connecting Russian information systems with foreign platforms. That looks like a time-consuming solution. All right, so I'm not going to get into all that, but 2025, and it says the early state for Russian Iranian CBDC settlements. Huh. Okay. Interesting. All right, two more things from Ledger Insights before we get into the community breakdown. Russia to start using CBDC for cross-border payments in 2025. Now look at this. Here's a real recent update. And this really flew under the radar, and that's why I'm including it in the outline, of course, tonight. Look at this for a second. So what are they intending to do, as in Russia? Well, they're intending to perform its first, guys, cross-border payments using the digital ruble in the second half of 2025. Think about that for a second. So the mandate for ISO 222 is November 2025, and most likely from what I've gathered, it's going to be late 2020 or late November 2025. But central bank digital currency transactions with China and or even Belarus, of course, are on the cards. That's according to Anatoly Aksakov. I can't pronounce those names right. Here's what he states. Fundamentally, there are a few countries that have made serious progress in using national digital currencies. This is why technologically speaking, they're simply not ready to launch digital currency and mutual settlements with other countries. However, I am confident it will be a common practice within 5 years, he said, when he told this news agency TASS. Now, this is where I'm going to pull in China, and this is the main highlight of the night when we get into it to connect it with what you're about to see at the end of the outline with Q&T. So he continued, quote, the Chinese have made good progress with the digital yuan. There's different ways of pronouncing that. Don't shoot me. China is clear in the sense both we and they already have certain experience, which is why with China, it would be interesting to launch the process settlement in digital currencies. Technologically speaking, we are quite close. It would also be possible to try it out with Belarus, since they're a friendly country, at least, to them. Now, back to the thing about China, because it does mention a bridge project. Look at this. Multiple CBDC projects, digital yuan, the domestic CBDC that has been used for a while for a few international payments, and of course, bridge. This has been a hot topic lately. Even my friend Will Fix has been talking about the cross-border CBDC initiative where China is a software architect. Now, think about this for a second. Architect. Don't forget that. I'm giving you guys little keynotes here. Architect. Additionally, there is some discussion of a Brics bridge. Think about this. So I don't want you to forget this part. China, the software architect, and Brics bridge. Okay, and of course, some of the Brics members and so on. All right, this last part from Ledger Insights. Okay, this is all going to come full circle because this will even tie in a little bit of like XDC with this, if you will. Where did this whole thing kind of start? Well, Maersk Trade Lens. Remember how IBM, I don't know if you guys know about this, but IBM dumped Trade Lens. Okay, so back in 2019, Maersk Trade Lens deal with Russia government port of St. Petersburg. And basically back then, the deal was to announce 2 weeks, at least back in 2019, that the world's largest shipping carriers, which is MSC and CMA CGM, signed up a Trade Lens membership. Now, what's important is what happened in trade. And, the whole thing of what's going on with embargoes, what's going on with, was this the root of what caused the BRICS nations to think about, doing like their own thing, if you will. So when I got into the weeds about this, it actually does reference some of this. It talks about the platform for more than 100 members of being able to process discrete shipping events. Think about this, shipping events discreetly and thousands of documents each week. Now, if you really look into this further, and I know a lot of you guys won't, and I don't mean that a knock on anybody, but when I say action reaction, a direct reaction based off of the findings of this was the electronic trades documents bill that became an act. Okay. And that was this time last year. All right. After that happened, that was like the UK digital finance, digital sector of, literally from the highest authority, if you will, or even having, the king of the United Kingdom, okay, literally signing legislation to pass that bill, right, to officially become an act. And I understand, there's parliamentary decisions, but again, he had to literally sign that off. In my opinion, that is a direct reaction based off of what you've seen here. And I don't want to elaborate too much on this, but as a result of even that, it created a thing in which the BRICS nations said, look, we have to get back to us doing our own thing. And that's why I get into all the weeds of all of this. Taking to the next part of this, remember I talked about DFA? Well, with the outline, you will see here that there is 5 growth vectors for a new market. This was posted in March. All right. So they talk about this thing about control, and this is going to get scary, but I want to share this with you. So one of the main objectives of the DFA, and let me blow this up a little bit more so you can see it a little bit better. All right. So one of the main objectives in the development of the DFA is to outline some key things here. Optimal level of control over operators of the new market infrastructure. This is Artem Genkin. He's a professor president of NPO Center for Protection of Bank Clients and Investors. He says these entities are tasked with ensuring the seamless operation of information systems responsible for issuing digital financial assets and managing asset records. Again, I want you to think about that for a second, okay? It says, although the level of control over IS operators is often perceived as overly stringent, even in impeding market growth, in the case of new high-tech financial instruments known for their profitability and corresponding risk, prioritizing measured pace of advancement is paramount. What about the progress? Well, according to him, as in Mr. Genkin, progress should unfold devoid of scandals and widespread instances of fraud and deceive investors, all while activating a positive public perception surrounding innovation. So they are encouraging their own participants to join this new market. But if anything, what about that market? What about that platform? And what about that infrastructure? Well, he does address that. He says to address this, incentive measures should be implemented to attract retail investors to the DFA market, increase participation from retail and institutional investors in friendly countries has the potential to expand the player base. However, this necessitates the development of solutions and specifically to this group. So that's retail. Now, we've put a lot of focus on what the institutions are doing. He does address that. He says engaging institutional investors will allow DFA liquidity to be essential. Now, think about that for a second. According to Oleg Ushakov, founder of the Sagrada Legal Bureau and chairman of the Commission of DFAs in Russia Chamber of Commerce and Industries Council for Financial Industry Investment Policy, the Bank of Russia regulations provide for the opportunity for the same insurance companies or non-government pension funds to engage in acquisition of bonds. Guess what? This was a proposal that was mentioned by Larry Fink. And if you guys saw my last particular deep dive, what's important here is understanding that, you have a case of, for example, let me just pull this back up. You have a perfect case of understanding that, guess what? When asked if there's anybody from the Democratic base here in the United States or the Republican base, as far as the candidates running for president, are they talking about any of these proposals to jumpstart our economy, to get us out of deficits? And the answer that Larry Fink of BlackRock stated was no. I know this is a lot to take in, but I want to state, go ahead.
I honestly feel like it's a plan to purposefully reset and crash the economy. I don't want to go too far left, but if you go back in history and watch when the central bank was first put in place around 1914 up until the executive order 6102 was done in 1933, there had to be a flush out of banknotes and a flush out of gold out of people's possessions. So that's why the pandemic happened, to raise prices, to basically break people. Kind of sort of what's going on right now, to put people in a vulnerable position. So when a new stimulus is offered via a digital currency, you're more apt to take it because you're in a position of need as opposed to a comfortable position where you have a savings. And they're kind of sort of doing the same thing then that they're doing now, even starting the buybacks. I want to say that was like last month or whatever the case may be. But anyway, I don't want to get too deep into that right now.
No, it's more than fine. The other thing I was just going to highlight real quick, and I'm glad that you chimed in about that. Nothing wrong with that. Is again the opportunity for same insurance companies, the acquisition. So again, Larry Fink was talking about how, you know, we need to do something to jumpstart our economy, get us out of this deficit, get us out of this huge debt. So it says, as regards DFA, similar options have been useful as well. It would be efficient to eliminate contradictions between the law on DFAs and the laws on joint stock companies and their securities markets, how they hamper the shares in the form of what? DFA. Now, does this guy have a blockchain connection? He does. He's a general director of Blockchain Hub. He also mentions the significance of institutional investor engagement, the opportunity to involve existing financial market players, depository participants, brokers, and management companies in the market is a key vector of his progress. He emphasizes. Now, Quant puts a lot of focus and attention to tokenized deposits. So there's a lot of new tasks about what they're going to do, but what I want to jump down to is where he states this: opportunities to include DFA as a payment method in international trade. Think about that, with the option being actively discussed. Now, this is a shift. And the reason why I'm bringing this to you guys' attention tonight is, for the first time, you're not seeing a narrative of it is Russia, it is only Brics of what they're going to do, and that is it or bust. The shift is what? It's cash. The focus on cash. The focus on getting out of the dependency for the world on the US dollar. That's one of the main things I want everybody to take away from all of this. Okay? So we're going to jump into two more key things before we do our community outline, which is a video we're all going to watch together. Some of you guys may have seen this video. I think maybe a couple people from our community have seen this video, but we're not there yet. All right.
Think about
Go ahead.
the on U.S. cash, right? But what most Americans really, they may have heard about one of the stimulus packages, or they may have heard about, having to pass the debt ceiling, but not really wrap their mind around, that since 2020, we're talking 4 years, we've printed close to $10 trillion. There's more money than any advanced economy has printed since the beginning of time. Like, people need to wake up and realize, if it's backed by nothing, that means the currency is being devalued. So why would other players in the world want to be coupled with something that's being devalued at such a high rate of speed? Of course, they want to get out of it. This is the reason why all these moves are starting to happen, like Bridge, like the Brics nations actually coming forward and, being a presence in the world. Like, it's been 15 years. Most of us didn't know anything about Brics until the last 3, 4 at best. So it's, when you look at something being devalued, and it's because, remember, America is a global stage, so that means everyone sees basically everything that goes on here. That's why if you're famous in America, you're famous everywhere, because it's a global stage. And just like we see, they see the overprinting of money, the over stimulation of the economy. And when you do anything like that, it's a balloon. It's bound to pop. Think about it. We're on a fractional reserve banking system. And if you really get into what that is, that's extremely frightening. To be able to loan out basically like 10 to 1. Like, if you deposit 100, they can loan out 1,000. Where did that other 900 come from? Nowhere. Like, it just, and to know that every bank is set up that way. And look at that structure. And if everyone decided to do a quote unquote run on the bank, like they do a run on crypto, no bank in America would be able to actually give all of their clients back their money. No bank will, because it literally physically does not have it. And that's very scary.
Yeah, it's just something like, if you stacked all the bills or whatever, it would go even, we always talk in crypto going to the moon. It would be like way, way past the moon. I don't know if it's like double the moon. It's some insane forms of measurement. You know what I mean? Because of those, it's basically 35 trillion the deficit. So with that said, guys, think about some of these things that Channing brought up. We were talking about these deficits. Obviously, here in the United States, $35 trillion deficit. So here, it's a huge deficit. But in Russia, do they have a surplus? The answer is yes. Check this out. I'm going to share this on the screen with you guys. We're going to get into this as well before we get into that particular video, because while we are in a huge deficit, Russia's stacking, if you will, kind of like us stacking, these particular digital assets. Yeah, they're stacking in their own way. Go ahead.
Preparing for the future.
Yeah, they're more than preparing for the future. So I'm going to share this as well. Let's jump into this. This is a for the most part, brand new report. So we're going to take you to here. This site, if you're wondering, is called investforesight.com. Russia sees budget surplus again. This is June 25th. So this is pretty darn recent when it comes to the Brics coverage. So what is this? Well, do they really have a surplus? Looks like the answer is yes. It says uneven spending and generous front loading of large expenditures continue to affect the federal budget balance. In May, it returned to a surplus of 501 billion rubles, which is 5.6 billion American dollars, after posting a deficit in April and a surplus, though, in March. Okay, so I thought you said they have a surplus, Max. Hear me out. It says the overall gap between Russia's revenues and expenditures decreased by a third from 1.484 trillion rubles, which is $16.6 billion at the end of the 4 months, to basically 983 billion rubles at the end of the 5 months. Relative to the size of the economy, the accumulated deficit fell from 0.8% to 0.5%. So they are doing some things, just because they had a short deficit, they're doing some things. Okay. What about the surplus? Any more about that? Yes. May's impressive surplus was formed due to significant reduction in spending. We do the opposite of that, right? Here in the United States, it's just spend, and it's just crazy, right? So it says, while revenues shrank less significantly in March, Federal Reserves reached 3.7 trillion rubles, which is 41.3 billion, dwindling to 3 trillion in April and only 2.6 trillion in May. But you can see what happens with this. So there's a quote. Let's read it again from this guy. For all the intense sanctions rhetoric, think about that, the Russian budget is showing a surprising good balance. This is from economist Sergei Kestanov, associate professor at RENEPA. Quote, as long as oil prices and oil production in Russia remain at this level or higher, the Russian budget is not in danger. Right, it's not in danger. If anything, they're probably going to continue to have a surplus. All right, the final part in regards to the articles before we get to the community outline. In Russia, back in 2024, March 2024, Russia again ranked among what? Leading suppliers of metals. This should catch your guys' attention a little bit more, because I know some of you guys are into like XPR, Proton, and some of these other things, right? So rank among the leading suppliers of metals to the European Union. Again, to the European Union. When I show you the thing that will wrap this all up, you really, in my opinion, it will open your eyes if it's not already open already. It says, with the sales reaching their highest level since May 2023. That's important to note, because this right here going upwards, it's not going upwards for us. In March of 2024, Europe's iron and steel imports from Russia surged 70%. The largest buyer was Belgium, accounted for example, 130.5 million, imagine that's euros, followed by Italy with 85 million, Denmark, so on and so forth. The European Union's aluminum imports from Russia also increased significantly by 29% compared to the previous year. Increase in supplies to Germany was especially noticeable, as the country's imports increased fivefold. Spain, Poland. You can see what's going on here. Look at this. Before the consumers of Russia, steel and aluminum, as before, the main consumers of those are the European construction industry, mechanical engineering, aircraft, and even packaging. Despite the embargo, look at this, guys, on the import of a number of steel products from Russia, European Union countries seem to have failed to fully comply with the requirements. Although technically there was no violations because of those types of semi-finished steel products and ferrous, I'm not pronouncing it, metals are exempted from the sanctions. In addition, embargoed goods are often imported via third countries, which makes it possible to circumvent these restrictions. So that's incredibly interesting to see how all this comes together. Now, before we get into the video, which you have reviewed, what do you think in regards to some of this? I mean, we talked about XDC. We understand their position when it comes to trade. I just want to kind of pick your brain a little bit before we actually jump into this video update.
It's like I was saying earlier, these countries have been doing global commerce with each other for centuries. Okay. Do you think that that's going to stop? No. Prime example, although Russia is going through whatever they're going through with the war with Ukraine, they're still exporting large amounts of metals to Europe, quote unquote, a part of what do they call it, NATO. You know what I'm saying? So they could fight publicly all they want to. It's no different than the Democrats and Republicans here fighting publicly, but in the backgrounds they really do like each other. Prime example, these people have been sitting in these global seats for years. If you don't think they have developed relationships outside of the seat that they sit in, then y'all would be mistaken. Business is going to get done regardless of whatever news story is in the cycle, because people that have money like to make money, and they're going to continue to make money by any means necessary.
Yeah, you're 100% spot on when it comes to that. And that's the way I look at it as well. Is we have, let's face it, our mainstream media pouring a narrative on both sides that they want us to hear.
Absolutely.
When we look more into this, it's like, here's what's really, really going on. So let's talk about what's actually really, really going on. Let's go ahead and share this video. This video,
real fast.
Yeah, go ahead.
You talked about the digital wallets, right?
Yeah, especially when it came to the whole thing of RSN. Yeah.
Yep, RSN, right? So think of it like this: is before it was RSN, it was RLN, even here in America. And you had a lady from Citi. She was doing an interview. She had a pink blazer on, and she talked about her client Merce and how they used the Fed's canal, and once their payment went through the canal, it transferred from US currency into whatever the other currency was, and when it settled inside of that person's wallet. Being able to do it, not me sending you Ethereum and you receiving Ethereum, but quote unquote, me sending you Ethereum and you receiving Dogecoin. Does this make sense?
Yeah, of course.
Having that universal wallet that you were speaking of makes these things possible that they're now talking about publicly. It's just like with Enbridge. It was just this past January that they had a public showing of, I believe it was the AUE, and I believe it was Korea or China, as far as that transfer was concerned. But there had already been multiple private transactions that had already taken place. So once they bring something public to let the public know, those things are literally already solidified. They've already been worked on. They've already been tried, tested, and proven, so that they don't look like they have egg on their face. Like prime example, even with Quant real fast and LackChain. Think about this. LackChain, as of this month, has been live for a year. You now have 11 or 12 countries in Central and South America and Mexico using the US digital dollar, because that is what they're settling in, digital dollars. They are literally, like Gilbert is saying, they're using it there first, and they're going to eventually connect it up to the US out of his mouth, because what they are doing is, this is the testing ground. They're making sure that everything is safe, is resilient, is future proof. So once it does make it to the actual American stage, into the hands of American consumers, it can be trusted. Why? Because it's already been running for years, and we have years of research and ledgers on the topic.
That's great perspective. Obviously you've been studying this, and that's awesome. So I do give you a dab on that. By the way, welcome back, brother. See, even your bird recognizes you. So anyway, what we're going to do now, guys, is we're going to jump into the community outline. This is a long outline. I just want to put a disclaimer. When I watched it actually. I watched it from beginning to end. I should say beginning to end. And then on top of that, I watched about another 20% of it. Didn't watch it like twice or listen to it twice. But I came to the conclusion that there is no parts of this to chop up. Seriously. So this outline is quite the outline. Okay. So some of you guys are at work. Some of you guys are, chilling with the community. For the purposes of this, even when this is chopped up, it won't be chopped up for this particular video.
You guys, I watched it, and it is 30 minutes long. It's a long video, but
38, but yeah.
If you actually listen to what he's saying, it is everything that Max has been saying. It's everything that I've been saying. The problem, the buildup, the changes of how money is changing. It literally solidifies everything.
Absolutely. So what we're going to do is we're going to introduce this real quick. Let's go ahead and share this. Some of you guys are familiar with this lady. Very, very intelligent lady. We talk about like channels that will give you fluff or ones that will give you real research. Well, this is a very classy lady who a lot of people follow from like the institutional side of things. So here it is. And basically it is this lady who you guys may or may not know about, Lena Petrova. All right. 4 days ago, she had this interview about Project Enbridge Explained. Now, most of us know about it, but it's Brics, multi-currency reality via new blockchain settlement system. Hear the outline in its entirety, from beginning to end, please. It won't make sense if you don't. And then we'll come back, get some of Channing's take on it, my take on it, and so on. And then we will have your final connectors. The next part actually will be India, because they are part of the BRICS nations. A little outline in regards to that. And then I'm going to connect some other things. And then at the very end, you will see something that will absolutely blow your mind. And I haven't seen anybody really talking about it. Really, I actually have looked this up. So let's go ahead and play it. Give her a follow. She deserves it. Not like, she doesn't have it already, right? Big platform. So let's go ahead and share this. Thanks for being here. Here we go. Dr. Warwick Powell.
There's no doubt that a technology architecture such as Enbridge limits the ability by which a single country can intervene in the transactions of other countries. And that's one of the main attractive features of a distributed ledger architecture. So in that sense, there is no doubt in my mind that the ability of the United States to weaponize dollar-based transactions through its ability to influence the operations of SWIFT will be curtailed going forward.
Hello, everyone. Today, I'm excited to welcome back Warwick Powell. Warwick is a adjunct professor at Queensland University of Technology in Australia and a senior fellow at Taipei Institute in Beijing. Warwick is also an expert in all things blockchain and digital technologies, which is the focus of our conversation today. Warwick, welcome back. I'm so happy to see you again.
Great to be here again with you.
We are going to be discussing a fascinating topic, past life regression.
CBDC project Enbridge has been making headlines in recent months. Blockchain-based Enbridge does not support settlements made in US dollars, from what I understand. And this may mean that once completed, it will become the system that will accelerate de-dollarization around the world. Effectively, its goal is to become the basis for a global alternative financial system, the system that will support multipolarity. Warwick, could you start us off by walking us through what Project Ambridge is, how it is structured, and who are the key stakeholders?
Sure, let's try and break it down. Project Mbridge is a collaborative project involving a number of central banks, together with a larger group of central banks and associated financial regulators from different countries in the world as observers. So the founding partners in the project are the Bank of International Settlements, the Monetary Authority of Hong Kong, and the central banks of China, the UAE, and Thailand. More recently, the Central Bank of Saudi Arabia has joined as a full participating member. The way that this project works is that it's actually organised, before we get to the technology part, is that it's organised in effect as a multi-party committee-based governance system, whereby the principal participants have worked together to co-design and progressively test and implement and retest a technology to tackle some long-standing problems in cross-border payment settlements. The problems that they're trying to tackle really go to the costs and the time inefficiencies, together with the risks of censorship that come from the traditional architecture of cross-border settlements. The way that cross-border settlements historically has worked is that the settlement of transactions between organisations in different countries actually takes place through a series of steps. And those steps involve relationships between those organisations and their commercial bank, the commercial bank and its relationship to that country's central bank, and that central bank's relationship to the counterparty central bank, and then back down the architecture to the counterparty organisation. So when transactions are being undertaken traditionally, they ultimately have to be settled through central bank to central bank messaging, whereby the ledgers in both of those banks are adjusted accordingly, where the ledger in one central bank is added to and the ledger in the counterparty bank is subtracted.
Most of my students land six-figure jobs in cybersecurity in just 90 days without a degree.
From. This process is quite clunky. It is quite slow and is quite expensive. The principal ways that this process has been implemented in recent times has been through what everyone knows as the SWIFT messaging platform, and that enables participating banks to communicate with each other, to send secure messages in accordance with a standard format so that they, in effect, can understand what the instructions are from the other side. This process can take many days for the ledgers to be adjusted, and the fees and charges that are incurred in this process are quite high. So we've got a problem of cost and time. Now, those problems, of course, pre-existed the more recent set of problems, and those recent set of problems have gone to how this particular set of institutions has become weaponized. By weaponized, I mean that they have now become part of a process through which one particular party in particular, namely the United States, has been able to cause the operators of SWIFT to exclude the banks from certain countries or specific banks from being able to exchange messages with others. In other words, kick them out of the key information sharing arrangements that enable cross-border payments to work. Mbridge begins to tackle all of these issues. So the way that Mbridge does it is that it does it with a distributed ledger or a blockchain. The blockchain architecture is established in two basic layers. The first layer is a layer in which the participating central banks operate nodes, their own computers, which maintain a copy of the ledger. And those nodes also have the authority to be part of the consensus mechanism, which is the way in which this shared ledger is updated. The second layer of this architecture is the layer of the participating commercial banks. Now, those commercial banks also have nodes, and those nodes have a copy of the same ledger. The difference is that the commercial banks don't have the authority to participate in the ledger updates directly. So only the participating central banks actually have the authority to participate in the consensus mechanism that finally settles what the updates are. This distributed infrastructure enables the contemporaneous updating of all accounts. So now we've solved the time problem, because instead of having to wait for messages to be moved from one party to the other and for updates to ledgers to be made, they are made at the same time. In being able to make them at the same time, we also reduce costs. And importantly, because it's a distributed ledger where all the participating central banks are members of the consensus mechanism, no single bank can censor or block or amend transactions. That's the basic design, if you will, and the operations of mBridge to date.
Is Project mBridge focused solely on wholesale CBDCs or e-commerce transactions, or does it have plans to eventually include retail CBDCs?
At this stage, it's very much focused on the bank-to-bank transaction environment. And I guess in that sense, you would say that it is a piece of wholesale transactions architecture. More recently, the owner of WeBank, WeChat in China, which is a very significant e-commerce and retail payments platform, has participated in a number of technology and transactions trials. In effect, that enables a business-to-business cross-border transaction to take place. But at the back end, if you will, what's going on is that it's the commercial banks through the central banks onto this collective ledger that are actually settling the transactions. So for the experience of the participating enterprises, it is their accounts that are changing, whether it's being added to or having numbers taken away from it. But the mechanism is actually taking place at the bank-to-bank level.
What could you do with a metal 3D printer? Introducing the Metal X.
I see. My understanding is that Project mBridge is supported by the IMF, the World Bank, and it is currently being observed by central banks of South Korea, Turkey, and Norway at this time. So there's definitely quite a bit of interest. It seems that those countries may become full participants at some point, just like Saudi Arabia just became a full participant several months ago. A number of large banks such as HSBC and Goldman are participating as well. So there is engagement from central banks as well as from the private sector. What do you feel is driving this unity between the two?
I think they're all looking for a transactions settlements infrastructure that is fast, that is cheap, and that is ultimately censorship resistant. So those three key objectives are the common causes, if you will, for all participating institutions. In addition to those institutions you mentioned, Lena, there's actually more than 20 central banks from around the world involved in the observer level. And I think that speaks volumes to the interest in this particular technology solution to the problems as I described them, and also opens out the scaling pathway. So about 18 months or so ago, the project team actually executed its first real trials of transactions involving some 150 odd transactions valued at about $25 million or thereabouts to evaluate where they'd gotten to in terms of the design of their software. Now that all worked. So in a sense, they proved at a proof of concept level that the design objectives could be achieved. What the team discovered in doing that was that they needed to do some enhancements to the consensus mechanism of the blockchain itself, which they undertook during the course of 2023 and delivered a significant overhaul to the consensus mechanism, which now drives much faster, lower cost settlements. So they did that in readiness really for launching a minimum viable product. Now, for probably the last 6 months or so, there's been a lot of buzz in the industry amongst a narrow group of people, if you will, who are interested in these things, waiting for the launch of this minimum viable product, and that has been done now. So the Enbridge project is inviting organisations to make proposals for applications that will interact with their settlements architecture to deliver specific use case solutions for particular kinds of cross-border transactions, needs and opportunities. So, for instance, most of this architecture has focused, of course, on the settlement of money accounts. But when we're dealing with cross-border transactions, we're also dealing with the movements of goods. So the ways in which this money settlements architecture interacts with data related to supply chains is likely to be one of the next frontiers that will be addressed not just by Enbridge itself, because Enbridge has a very narrow remit, but by participating organisations in industry, in technology, and ultimately in the area of trade and supply chains. So this MVP, which is now out, I think opens up the next chapter for Enbridge to become more generalised and to reach into the real world of cross-border trade, not just cross-border transactions, but cross-border trade.
When I created a video a couple of weeks ago and I spoke about Saudi Arabia joining Project Enbridge, one of the questions that I received was very interesting, and I would like to get your feedback on this question. So Project Enbridge is managed by the Bank for International Settlements, and it is supported by the IMF and World Bank, as we just discussed. And so it is truly somewhat confusing because given that Enbridge does not support the dollar, it seems almost counterintuitive for Western-led entities to support its development. What is your take on that?
I'm going to reveal the only 5 to 7 stocks that I believe you should trade options on, and how I've been.
Look, I think that there is a realization by organizations around the world when they take a step back from the geopolitics of all of this, that the prevailing institutions and technologies that have supported cross-border transactions over the last 70 years are really reaching the end of their use-by date. And I mean by that the realization that these systems and institutions are expensive, they take more time than they really should, and of course, more recently, they've become prone to censorship or weaponization. So all of these factors are coming together where somebody who is relatively neutral in all of this, but is simply interested in a technology and a governance regime that enables confidence and predictability in ledger adjustments across borders, they're all looking for better ways of doing this. And distributed ledger technologies, supported by well-established mature institutions in countries as well as cross-border institutions like the BIS, hold a lot of potential to meeting these ambitions and goals.
How important will Project Enbridge become for de-dollarization? What role do you expect it to play?
Look, the project could play a very important role, either directly or indirectly. Directly, of course, as a piece of infrastructure itself, it could certainly facilitate national currency-based trade settlements that don't involve the exchange of national currencies into US dollars and then the exchange of US dollars back into national currencies. as the way in which trade settlements are made. The other way in which I think it can play a very important role is the learnings that have come from the development of Enbridge as the project itself. The learnings in terms of the technology design and also in terms of the non-technological aspects of governing a consensus-based network of organisations. Now, those learnings, I think, are going to play an important role ultimately in the way in which Brics is going to see its own national currency-based trade settlement system unfold. So there's no doubt in my mind that the work that has been done in Enbridge is going to play a critical role in the processes of currency multipolarity as that unfolds over the next, 5 to 10 years.
And that brings us into a really interesting topic that I think our viewers would love to hear about. Enbridge is an alternative to SWIFT, as you just mentioned. What does Enbridge mean for the United States foreign policy in terms of its ability to wage economic warfare and to target non-aligned governments? Is that going to considerably take away that ability? Or do you think that eventually, with the evolution of the payment systems and multipolar world order and multi-currency transactions, is there going to be a work around this particular system that would allow countries to still effectively exercise the right to limit the use of their currencies, even within this system?
There's no doubt that a technology architecture such as Enbridge limits the ability by which a single country can intervene in the transactions of other countries. And that's one of the main attractive features of a distributed ledger architecture. So in that sense, there is no doubt in my mind that the ability of the United States to weaponize dollar-based transactions through its ability to influence the operations of SWIFT will be curtailed going forward. Now, this has already been happening for a number of years, of course, well before Enbridge was first designed and developed. Countries like China, countries like Russia have been working on independent bank-to-bank messaging systems separate to SWIFT to enable their institutions to message each other in a reliable and secure way so that the ledgers in those institutions can be adjusted accordingly. Now, those interbank messaging systems that have been developed since really 2014, 2015 have already been playing important roles over the last 2 years as the world, particularly in terms of cross-border trade, has explored and ultimately implemented de-dollarization. And a classic case in point, of course, is the ways in which the trade between China and Russia have been settled. These days, about 95% of Russia's trade is settled in anything but the US dollar and the euro. And that goes for its trade with China as well. Much of that trade with China is settled in RMB, though a substantial portion of that is also settled in the ruble. We're also seeing that happen in terms of Russia's trade with India and India's trade with the UAE, where India and the UAE are trading with national currencies. So this network of national currency-based trade settlements is starting to gain momentum. It's certainly secured a foothold by virtue of the trade between Russia and China. And what that shows is that it's possible and that it can be done relatively quickly. For a lot of people, the idea of migrating away from a US dollar-based or dominated trade settlement system was actually inconceivable.
Did you know there's a new form of money in America, and it's making some people very rich?
Even 3 years ago, it was a very, very slow process of evolution. But quite clearly, when there is a pressing need, as there has been since the Ukraine conflict took on its current turn in early 2022 and the sanctions on Russia were imposed, the change can happen incredibly fast. So the adaptive ability of organizations, enterprises, and banks, given existing technologies, to go to new systems of cross-border settlements is really there for all of us to see.
We just mentioned that Saudi Arabia was the latest country to become a full member of the project. What is your take on the significance of the Saudis participating, and what impact do you feel it will have on crude oil settlements?
Look, it's a significant development. One of the main reasons that countries around the world held significant dollar reserves historically has been to ensure that they're in a position to settle their oil purchasing requirements. The fact that Saudi Arabia is participating in a settlements architecture that enables national currency-based settlements, I think, is an important development in the evolution of global settlement systems. I think what we're starting to see is the settlements architecture catching up with what's going on in the real economy. So over the last 10 years or so, the trading relationships between Saudi Arabia and China, for example, has been growing substantially. And there is, in fact, no real reason why the trading relationship between entities in these two countries needs to be mediated by the currency of a third party. And so we're starting to see the use of national currencies as part of the trade settlements between enterprises in Saudi Arabia and those in China. So the underlying economic realities of value flows, oil and energy from Saudi Arabia to China, and electronics and other capital goods from China to Saudi Arabia, have reached a volume where there is a lot of upside in terms of time saved and money saved, as well as reduced risk in terms of foreign exchange volatility for these two countries to be trading directly with each other. So moving into Enbridge, I think, is a reflection of that fundamental reality. And it perhaps also suggests that the Saudi Arabia Central Bank understands the importance of being part of a governance architecture that delivers a censorship-resistant settlement system. So it's important to be involved in and contributing to the integrity of that system, as opposed to simply sitting on the sidelines and using it when you need.
So given that Saudi Arabia is the biggest oil exporter and China, due to its massive manufacturing capacity, is the top crude oil importer, is it fair to say that Enbridge might be a pathway to a petro-yuan?
Look, Enbridge is a settlements mechanism, if you will. It's a way in which we can have ledgers adjust simultaneously and in a low-cost way. Now, once you can do that, then the ability to denominate the value of commodities in different currencies becomes quicker and easier to do. So we're starting to reduce transaction costs. And once you do that, then there is no reason why you won't start to see in the world a situation where the value of various commodities, including crude oil, will be denominated in currencies other than the United States dollar. The Shanghai Oil and Gas Exchange is probably one of the least appreciated but critical institutional features of this currency multipolarity landscape. And that's because that exchange enables the buying and selling of oil and gas valued in RMB. And you might recall that when China's President Xi Jinping visited Saudi Arabia must be almost 20 months ago, amongst the range of things that were announced was actually a commitment to progressively grow the amount of oil products from Saudi Arabia that would be traded on that particular exchange. So institutionally, the architecture's in place. Technology-wise, there are existing technologies for messaging, but there are new technologies such as Mbridge, which will facilitate an even smoother, lower-cost transaction settlement. And the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, if you will, are well and truly in place now for this transition to currency multipolarity as the foundation of international economic interaction.
If we could focus a bit more on currency multipolarity, I know that our viewers hear that quite a bit, especially recently, probably these past 6 months. I think it's been reported by multiple independent journalists and certainly many YouTubers. Many people think that multipolarity in terms of currency and in terms of the sort of power distribution in the world, somehow they view it as as a way to oppose directly Western power or the United States. Whereas what it really is a way for countries around the world to really focus on their own development, to reestablish an order that works for them and in their favor. So maybe could you walk us through currency multipolarity and what it would mean for economies worldwide, for developing or emerging markets, I should say, and how they expect it to benefit them 5 years from now?
3. That's the number of traders we have in our firm, SMB Capital, that have each net.
Yeah, focus on national currencies really is about emphasizing national economic sovereignty in large part. The reality is that most economies in the world are actually predominantly domestic in orientation, with their trade exposure contributing to varying extents a relatively small proportion of their overall economic activity. The other dimension, of course, relates to this issue of capital flows from an investment point of view. And that is often, particularly for developing countries, not so much equity-based capital injections, but debt-based capital injections. So developing world, the developing world has historically borrowed funds from institutions like the IMF to enable economic development to be pursued. That's the economic theory anyway. Now, when that has happened, those debts that they incur are denominated in US dollars. So to settle those debts, they need to have US dollars. So the question becomes, how do these countries' central banks accumulate US dollars? One way is to sell things that they have to the United States or to other parties denominated in US dollars as a way of getting US dollars to enable them ultimately to settle their debts to the IMF, or increasingly to private lenders, through privately issued funds, private bonds to settle those debts in US dollars. So what does that mean? Well, it means that what you produce in your country and the amount of US dollars that you can get for it is subject to forces that you don't control. So if the relative value of your produce denominated in domestic currencies changes relative to the US dollar's value, you could end up in a situation where you have to exchange a lot more of what you produce for a lot less US dollars, which puts you on the back foot in terms of your ability to settle your loans. Now, the next challenge comes when those loans incur interest, as they do, and settling those interest requirements also demands US dollars. The interest that is charged on many of those loans is affected by the interest rates on US dollars that arises as a result of US monetary policy. So when the cost of your borrowings as a developing nation goes up because of US monetary policy, again, something that you have no control over, you are further exposed to the need to exchange even more of your physical produce for a given amount of US dollars so that you can settle the debts that you have. The risk in this is that it creates an economic spiral where the developing country actually can never accumulate sufficient US dollars to meet its loan obligations. And we see that happen time and time again. And in fact, we've seen that happen over and over for the past 50 years. What happens as a result is that the developing countries have to refinance through the IMF. The IMF imposes a range of conditions that often requires the countries to implement policies that involve selling down assets, national assets, so that they can accumulate US dollars to pay the loans, and to impose austerity on their populations because the lender ranks higher in the order of priority than everyone else. None of this actually contributes to economic development. The move to currency multipolarity hopefully allows nations to break free from this spiral risk and focus on their own economic development without exposure to exchange rate volatility and exposure to the whims of American monetary policy. So these are kind of boring and technical discussions, but really they go to the heart of whether a country has the ability to develop its own productive capacity and to do so that gets itself out of its state of underdevelopment without being trapped in a range of debt obligations that they simply can't service.
Stop wasting money on iCloud. This innovative stick makes it easy to back up your smartphone. It's compatible with.
And one thing that attracts developing countries to the Brics and to alternative ways to get financing is the fact that nowadays geopolitical tensions really make them worried, and they're worried that they may not be able to remain aligned or remain in a position that is acceptable to the United States, right? And so if they choose to pursue their own interests, if they choose to lean one way or another, that is not approved by this party, the United States, then they may really pay twice, right? They may end up not being able to develop economically. They may effectively face really severe constraints, even domestic instability as the result of those. So they're really motivated to move away from the system that is seen as extremely risky and move towards the alternative system, which Enbridge is expected to be supportive of.
Yeah, look, Brics, I think, has a number of really interesting attributes, if you will, and why that makes it attractive to many developing nations. Often, Western observers criticise Brics for being incoherent and lacking this sort of sense of common purpose. It talks about the diversity of all the member countries and how they have their differences of opinions and differences amongst each other. But that's actually why Brics is strong. Brics actually doesn't have a particularly, what I guess I would call a very thick moralising approach to how countries come together. There isn't a single party that seeks to dictate particular terms around domestic issues, and it supports the ability for participating member countries to interact with each other as sovereign nations and to pursue economic development and social development on its own terms. The Brics Bank, the new development bank, is also moving down the path of further supporting national sovereignty through the issuance of credit in national currencies. Now, the BRICS Bank at the moment has about 75% of its loans denominated in US dollars and 25% in national currencies, with a plan that over the next 3 years for the proportion of national currency denominated financing to grow to over 30%. Now, this is a significant move. You know, you sort of think, well, 25% to over 30% doesn't sound like a lot. But when the total value of the loan book grows and the financing balance sheet grows, these shifts in percentages represent very major evolutions in the composition of the denomination of the financial instruments concerned. So we're going to see enterprises and governments in different parts of the world through their membership of BRICS to be able to access development finance denominated in their own national currencies. And that deals with the problems that I described earlier. You're not going to be exposed to currency exchange volatility problems. You're not going to be exposed to the challenges that could be imposed upon you as a result of US domestic monetary policy. And ultimately, it also means that your interactions with each other, particularly as institutions or technologies like Enbridge roll out, you won't be exposed to an institutional and technical architecture that enables one party to capriciously censor or in some other way intervene in your dealings with others. All of this makes institutions like BRICS actually incredibly effective and attractive to countries around the world. And we're seeing that with the amount of interest expressed towards participating in BRICS from countries in Africa, Asia, South America, etc.
All right, before we get into some commentary from you and, engaging our community and so on, I did see a super chat, and I do apologize. It's been a while since we got some of those, so sometimes it's like you kind of forget that you gotta, highlight that. So I definitely want to at least recognize that. So I do apologize for the delay. I just didn't also want to ruin the outline. It's not really ruining the outline, but interrupt it too much. It's this one right here. It is from Shook Focus Digital, $20 super sticker, actually. Thanks so much, Shook. I don't know if you're still here, but I really do appreciate it. I think the least I could do is give you a plug for your channel in recognition of that. Thank you so much, sir. And let's just pull up his channel for just a brief moment. So here is Shook's channel. He does cover projects, for example, like, Swift, blockchain, and basically speaking, he's done collaborations with Rue Black. I know a lot of you guys want me to cover Onyx Coin XCN. And, I'm not personally invested into it. I don't think it's a bad project, but hey, we talk about supply and demand. Well, go, follow a guy like this who covers it and so on. So, always support these guys in, part of the space that we're in. And he covers obviously some other projects and whatnot. He's trying to grow his platform, but yeah, really grateful for the super chat. Here's his collaboration with Underdog and also Rue, as well as Indigo Saint. Shout out to Indigo. And there's his channel. So thank you so much, Shook. And I need to do a collaboration with you, I know, in the future. So means a lot. All right. We're going to also recognize one more. I know there's a lot of other comments we're going to get into. I saw that Rue Black is in the house. Cool Cat Crypto, Jack, Crypto Holmes 777. Just kind of scrolling through and notice you guys here. Vegas Crypto, long time no chat, still supporting you and the channel. Hey, thank you so much. It's good to see you. I mean, it's been a while, but thanks. Thanks for dropping in. I really do. I'm really, really thankful that you are here. So Good to see you again. I like how you changed your name to Vegas because I remember you said that you lived in that area. So always nice to see old familiar faces. All right. So what I'm gonna do is just use that as a bookmark. Let's stop the screen for a moment before we get into the last part of our outline tonight. Just kind of want to get your reaction because that was one of the main things that you were going to want to comment about, Channing. So yes, I'd like to hear from you, and I'll give some of my own 2 cents in regards to that.
Cool beans. Well, first, let's start with the fact that he definitely just solidified that DLT is being used. So many people say, oh, okay, they're doing cross-border payments, but they're not using crypto. They're not using, blockchain. Well, without a shadow of a doubt, he just solidified that, yes, they are using blockchain. Yes, they are using what the government's called DLT, distributed ledger technology, in their processes for building out cross-border payments and settlement with countries within the Brics nations, which was like, okay, that's what's up. Everything that we've been talking about, everything that we've been covering, we've been sharing, we've been right on the money with. Then the fact that they did, I love the fact, first give her a shout out. She asked the good questions. Her questions were spot on, phenomenal. A couple times I was thinking something, and then that very next question she brought up, because when she was on a certain part, I was like, but what about the petrodollar? And as soon as I'm thinking that, she comes out with, I was like, yes, you asked the good questions. But to see that it's not blind on the rest of the world, how certain powers can bully them via currency and via structures, and how they are now working on different back routes to be able to say, hey, it's not okay if you do that. And if you continue to do that, well, at this point it's done. We're going to start interoperating inside other currencies other than yours. And like the man said, it may only be like a 5 or 6% jump over the next, 5 years. We have to think about it. Countries don't play checkers. They don't play day to day. They play chess. They are very strategic. They are very well thought. And when they make a move, they strike to win. Okay. So yeah, they're 5% in 5 or 10 years, but think 20 years, think 30 years, think 40 years, think 50 years, because that's how they think. And they think eventually we'll be at a point where that US dominance won't be, 70%, it'll be 10%. Then what does that mean for the US currency? So you guys have to think not like day-to-day investors, but think how these big boys, these institutions, and these companies and countries are thinking when it comes to these things, like even things like Quant and getting these patents. A lot of these patents don't even expire into 2040 and 2035. And, we're talking a decade plus. And if you don't think that they're already working on new patents with new technology, then you're mistaken. It's just like when an Overledger first was initially launched, it was 3 lines of code. Well, that last update to Overledger is now 0 lines of code. And if you don't think that they're putting in agreements or amendments to these patents to ensure that as their technology advances, they advance along with it, then you're mistaken. It's the same thing with these countries. These countries are positioning themselves for the next 50, 60 years of commerce within their borders. And they're positioning themselves to be independent of any one entity and to be self-sufficient within their own currency. And that is major, knowing how much, if you think about this, one of the only things that the US exports is dollars. Goods and services, very few, far in between. We are a big importer. We import from everybody, but we export US dollars. Well, what does that mean for the US dollar when that export starts to almost like a bathtub with a hole in the bottom? You're putting water in, but as much water as you're putting in is leaking out the bottom. What happens when you actually realize that there's a hole in the bottom? Because these countries are no longer holding your currency because they have no need for your currency. Granted, 5, 10, 15, 20 30 years. But what does that mean when all of these US dollars are now being re-injected back into our circulating supply? Think of it like crypto. Think of it like a circulating supply. Think of it like people give Shiba, you know, a big bad block because it was a 1 quadrillion, you know, tokens at initial launch, and then they cut that in half or whatever the case may be, but it's still a huge circulating supply. Well, the US dollar has an astronomical circulating supply. What happens when that circulating supply is no longer in the demand that it is today? What does that mean for the currency? What does that mean for the country? What does that mean for how we operate day to day in the prices of goods and services? It's going to be extremely high. Even when we were watching the video and he explained, or maybe you were reading something, you explained, I believe it was a couple trillion ruble was only like a few billion US dollars. What happens when that's the reverse? Because we have so many circulating supply within our borders. Think about that, you guys. Think about, this is the reason why countries are now positioning themselves not to have to rely on something that potentially is going to be catastrophic in the long run, because of the amount that has been generated and created over, definitely, like Larry Fink said, I believe in that video, 23 years, but more so, even more importantly, in the past 4 years, how much money has been generated. It's an insane amount of money, you guys. Insane amount of money. And no one is truly looking at the ramifications of all of this money or circulating supply actually coming into the economy. And these countries see it because they don't play checkers, they play chess, and they're now strategically making moves. So as our bathtub weakness starts to show, they'll already be putting water inside of a safe, secure bathtub of their own, utilizing their own currencies, making sure that their countries are independent and resilient.
That's some great intel. Great explanation. You're paying attention. One of the things, I'll just make it brief because, I mean, we just watched a really, you know, let's face it, long video. Some people consider it boring. Heck, even, you know, this guy who's, was it Dr., how do you say his name again? Dr. Work Powell. Yeah. He even pointed out, like, some of the technical stuff, it could get kind of dry and, you know, get boring. But if you can't really take anything of what he said out. Like, I mean, he brought it, right? Like, he really, really brought it because he knows he's been involved in those sectors. I just want to state this real quick, okay? So Bitcoin, peer-to-peer cash system. One of the recent things we also talked about is, you know, like this whole thing of this RLN, RSN, the Quant connection especially, and then, you know, Gilbert Verdian literally taking that screenshot and posting it to X. It's like, what's that all about? And it literally says there, a peer-to-peer financial system. Now, with that also said, everybody who's, you know, watched this video or this outline tonight, I want you to understand this. We've been covering the whole notion of, like, you know, and other people too, saying that, like, the SWIFT system is going to go away. The SWIFT system is not going away. It's being upgraded. But as far as what the Brics nations are doing and how they're going about things, think about this for a second. So Dr. Powell, Work Powell, with this collaboration with Lena Petrova, one of the key things was mentioned that Enbridge, okay, provided by the Bank of International Settlements, is a true alternative to SWIFT. Now, that gets worn out, but in reality, it is. Now, here's something I also want you guys to think about. When we think of the Bank of International Settlements, we think that that is a centralized entity. That's the central bank of central banks. Like, wow, I don't want to get involved with this stuff because it's too centralized. Well, think about this for a second. BRICS nations, in particular Russia, wants to keep, like the saying goes, you know, that centralized power. They want to control that, but they've been cut off by the West, as in the United States, because, you know, we said, hey, we're going to throw sanctions on you. If Enbridge is the answer for Brics. Okay, so think of how huge that is for them, and particularly Russia. All right, think about that for a second. Let's jump into what you all been waiting for. Okay, so what we're going to do now is simply take you to some of these key things. I want it to be fresh in your head what we talked about. There's other BRICS nations. Let's get into the whole thing in India. Now, the reason why I want to pull this up for you guys is for this reason and this reason only. On my recent coverage, I have been discussing a lot with the research in regards to what Quant is doing for Europe, digital identity. I also did a video in regards to what's Japan doing for digital identity, right? Understanding, I'm into JASMY for these reasons. I'm into Quant for these reasons, multiple reasons, but there was a common ground for both, and that is digital identity. Let's give you a quick update in regards to this. Let's tie this even into India because we're on the subject of Brics.
Real fast.
Go ahead.
Brought up digital identity and something that happened today. So when I was doing a drop off one of my friends at the airport, and as I'm pulling up, they said, this is a line if you have your digital ID. People don't realize they do a soft rollout before they do mass adoption. And the whole COVID thing and having to have a digital ID so that you can show that you had your, vaccination to travel and blah, 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 blah. All these things are interconnected. All these things are getting you comfortable with the digital shift of you having a digital ID attached to a digital wallet, attached to a personal data locker that sits on a blockchain, a part of your network. Because people don't realize each individual will have their own network. That's why it is the network of networks. All that data that we are expressing at this point or exporting at this point, we will start importing and holding of our own coming soon with the Internet of Things. So just basically showing you that they've already started the digital ID thing, even here in America. It's just in a different way, just getting you comfortable because, oh yeah, I have a digital ID for the airport. It's nothing to get a digital ID for a digital wallet or digital this or digital that. They make you comfortable. It's kind of sort of like them starting to interject crypto into the safe stock exchange advice on your Bloomberg and all that stuff. They make you comfortable with it before they do different massive mandates and rollouts. And by that point in time, it's just second nature. So you just do it. But go ahead with the digital IDs.
No problem. If it seems like I'm squinting, guys, that like, oh, you're interrupting me. It's my eyes. I've been battling a problem with my foot again, so it kind of acts up. But anyway, nonetheless, let's go ahead and pull this up. And this is Digital Transformation India Way. This is a PDF that I'm sharing with you guys. I thought it was important. Definitely want to get into just a little bit of it, not too crazy, okay? Because we already gotten way too much to take in. So the thing that I want you guys to understand here from this is this thing called Unified Payments Interface, all right? Don't forget that, UPI. India leading from the front in digital. 80% population with the access to what? Banking services increased significantly. Think about that. This other part. First, largest digital ID issuance under Aadhaar program. Over 1.3 billion enrollments. Country with large liberalized internet. Affordable data with 17 cents per gigabyte. 1.2 billion mobile phone users with 70% in regards to smartphones. Now, again, I've been covering this whole thing about digital IDs and what Europe is doing and so on, but a lot to be mentioned here in regards to specifically what? Digital IDs. Why is that? Think about that for a second. Why is that? Is there a bigger picture? What is the BRICS nations really, really doing? So they have this whole thing of a 12-digit unique identifier for every Indian individual, including children, infants. They have this unique and robust ID utility, every business, basis of demographic, biometrics even, Obviously, we talk about that a lot when it comes to Quant. But this collaboration they have with this company called Aadhaar offers nationwide portability for Indian residents, which can be authenticated anywhere online in India. Now, since we are on the topic of this new payment age, UPI, listen to this, guys, processed 7.31 billion financial transactions in October 2022. But look at some of the facilitators. That is a very recognizable logo. The Reserve Bank of India shows some of the participants, shows who's involved. Some of these icons are very familiar. Google, I believe this one might be WhatsApp, Amazon Pay. Okay, and then it gets into some of the breakdown of how this all works. The phones, mobile, standard interface. Think about that for a second. Okay, and look what we have here: a unified payments API layer. And that's very, very interesting, especially with everything that we've been talking about lately when it comes to, this concept of a unified ledger, the RLN, regulated liability networks, and then something to settle that with, which would be the RSN. Okay, what about the government? Well, in India, the government policies are enabling what they call a digital evolution. And of course, this breaks this all down. And I don't want to get necessary to all that, but from people that want to talk about digital commerce, is it scalable? The answer basically is yes. And then, of course, give you a whole history, shows this particular lady and so on. But it's all there. And what's most important is digital IDs, what the Brics nations are doing, but more in particular, as we get into the end of the outline, this right here, Unified Payments API layer. Because again, think about that. Is there connection to CBDCs? Absolutely. Futuristic CBDCs. Notice how it says futuristic, and also knows how it says stablecoins. And this is a lot of emphasis I've been putting on with the recent research. Why? It gives you the answer. Ecosystem partners are offered the ability to innovate on top of the UPI API layer to better provide services and user experiences to their customers. How many times was that recently referenced with those screenshots from our last outline, where literally on the screen it shows the connection with Overledger? Now, I know this seems like a stretch, but I'm going to get more into it. And at the end of the outline, if you're not convinced, at the end of the day, I just provide you guys research. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to take you to this, because we just talked about identifiers and so on. So remember how we talked about what's going on in Europe? Well, look at this for a second. You have this patent, communications blockchain, okay? European Patent Office, EP 3493141A1. Inventors, Gilbert Verdian, Colin Patterson, Paolo Tasca. He's co-founder of Quant, current signee, Quant Network, okay? But most importantly, look what it says here: buying, selling, and leasing transactions. Don't forget that part. The other part I want you to understand is this, and this will get more towards, in my opinion, the bombshell. It's the worldwide applications and how this started in 2017. In the outline tonight, we referenced some of those key things from 2017 in regards to Brics. All right, getting into the next part of what we have. So we're going to also show you this. Just give me a second. Actually, let's take that off for just a moment, because that's actually going to spill the beans too soon. Don't want to do that just yet. So basically, I want to jump to this part. Okay, let's share this. Now, let's shift things over to China, because that's another member of the Brics nations. Okay, so with that also said, here you have this PDF, which is called Blockchain as a Financial Infrastructure. What is China's focus? Because they are part of the Brics nations. This is by Eugenio Reggiani. All right. Talks about a 13th 5-year national information plan. All right. And look at this statement: made in China 2025, national guidelines to create portfolio of national assets to export abroad. Interesting. Why so interesting? Well, it's because of this. You know how we always talk about standards when it comes to ISO TC 307 standard? What do you guys see here? Operational standards, main operational standards, managed by PBOC and SAFE. But China's cross-border interbank payments system, which is called CIPS. Have you guys ever heard of this? What about this? What about this? Read that for yourself. HVPS, High Value Payment System. Now, I want to pause on that for a second, because like it says, it handles mainly intercity and local credit transfers above a given value. Everything that's been presented tonight, what is one of the main things they talked about? What they're locally doing, right? Remember everything that we shared earlier on the outline from Leisure Insights? So that is a big deal to pay attention, because a lot of people have been mentioning, they're like, oh, this stuff ain't going to be worth that much. The hell it ain't. It's going to have a high value. Back to the outline when it comes to the World Bank. Back to that book from who? Underdog Researcher of the Underdog Research Channel. Because what does the World Bank mention? They specifically mention Ripple's XRP. They specifically mention Stellar, XLM, and talking about global stable coins, but not pegged to a 1-1 value. But what about this? A payment system. Remember, it's also about the platform, is it not? Yes, it is. SIPs, in this reference, let's full screen this for a second too, you will see that HVPS is what? Fully compliance with ISO 222. All right. What about Quant? Yeah, what about Quant? Look at this for a second. Technical standards. Bottom part, what does it say, you guys? Issued by PBOC and is member of what? ISO TC 307, which is what? The Quant Network Standard. Wow, okay. Is that all Max has? Well, of course not. It's not all I have. But I'm going to take you to this next part. This is good, because from this Medium page, it says Blockchain International Standards Organization, China will dominate. Basically states back in 2018, and again, I'm going to show you another thing about action reaction. Back in 2018, there was a meeting. A Blockchain International Standardization Organization decided that China will dominate, absolutely dominate, blockchain data flow and data classification research. All right, a little bit more about this. Back then, China was an active member of the technical committee. And who's cited here? My God, who is cited here? How come nobody referenced this in the past? Look at this. ISO TC 307 was held in London. China was an active member, flew under the radar. Technical committee sent delegation to attend this meeting. The delegation was composed of 13 experts from different domestic companies, research institutions, organized by ISO TC 307 domestic technology counterparts, China, Electronic Standardization Institute. Is there more? My God, Max, why do I have to sit through all that to get to this part? Because I wanted you to understand the bigger picture. Look at this. Among them, the China-led classification and ontology technical specifications, as well as international standards for the reference architecture of the joint editor, will continue to advance in an orderly manner. China also submitted group standards for what? Data format specification. Boom, back to everything that Dr. Powell talked about. And then on top of that, the other research. In that particular meeting, working proposals for the development of what? Data format standards. My God, look at this. Discussion at the meeting decided that China will lead the new work project called Data Flow, Data Taxonomy for Blockchain and Distributed Ledger Technologies. Who's this? Dr. Zhao Dan Tang, not from the Wu-Tang clan, but from the Institute of Standardization, served as the project leader, prepared for relevant research report submitted back in 2018. How about a little bit more about this? China's blockchain standards, global blockchain standards, started in 2018. Now look at this also. The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology Industry Standards Division, National Standardization Administration Committee, the China Electronic Standardization Institute organized the, quote, China Block. Think about how that sounds, okay? And more importantly, China back in 2017 released the world's first group block reference architecture standard and submitted its contributor to who? Quant's network standard, or, the ISO TC 307 standard, the foundation for building on blockchain, advancing international standards for reference architecture. What architecture? There's a citation, AWI T23257. Look at this, it gets better. In terms of standards development, the direction in data, back in 2017, China issued block data format specification group standard. At the same time, Quant, because that's their standard, has not yet begun to lay out the direction of data standardization, right? Because if anything, been working on this for years, but the meeting was in fact held in China, and most importantly, was also creating all these standards. We're jumping down this part. Look at this quote. China Blockchain Tech, an application development white paper back in 2018, will be officially released in June 2018. Already happened. And at the same time, what do we have? Quant's ISO TC307 case study team worked on case studies and application guidance. Application guidance. What the heck happened from there? Well, let's take you to the next part. Look at this. This is from CoinDesk. This is also back in 2018. China poised to form that blockchain standards, right? And most importantly, when we go further down, you will see that they cite Quant. How so? Well, CoinDesk states that the country was participating as being a member of ISO TC307 Commission. Right. Quant's commission for standardization? How so? Well, because they focused on standard frameworks for blockchain use, authentication back then. So all of this was already being built. Now, let's take you over to why I referenced HVPS. Listen to this. This is from Swift. This will make your head spin. Swift for high value payment systems, RTGS. So you see how this is all coming together. Look at this. High value payment systems, HVPS, are at the heart. You read that right. The heart of the financial ecosystem. They need to offer efficient clearing and settlement services for large value and high priority payments. How so? Well, it's going to need to ensure the resiliencies enough to withstand a variety of threats to the security integrity. Swift supports more than 80 HVPS, providing common standards in a highly secure and resilient messaging service. Okay, but you mentioned the whole thing of Brics. I did mention the whole thing of Brics. What about the BIS? What about clearing? What about payment? What about settlement systems in China? Boom, look at this for a second. This will also drive you crazy when you get more into the weeds. So, boom, high value payment system. This comes from bis.org. It is called the CPMI for all the nerds. Look what it mentions, guys. HVPS, high value payment system. Look what's also right below it, interbanking payment system. Look at this for a second. PBC has developed several interbank systems, high value payment system, RTGS system, bulk electronic payment system. And then back to the whole thing, remember how they said that they're heart of it? China has set up the architecture with the payment systems, the People's Bank of China. Backbone, payment systems, banking institutions as the main part of systems such as the interbank card transaction clearing system. Okay, who are the three main providers? Well, it's China's central bank depository. You have Shanghai Clearing House, and you have China Securities Depository Clearing Corporation. Is there institutional aspects? Yes. They even have laws. It's all referenced here. Boom, it's all there. Okay, and that's referenced from the BIS. And then we just talked about the whole thing of, for example, what? Project Enbridge? I mean, we linked everything in regards to what Dr. Powell was saying. Is this it? Is this all Maximus has? Now, guys, listen to me. Pay attention. If everything just went past your head, you have got to see this. This is the bombshell moment. Please pay attention to this. Even if you're talking about Carolina pogo sticks, watch this for a second. All right? Let's pull this up. Oh, my goodness. What do we have here? We have this. It's a patent. What does it say, guys? It says blockchain communication ordering. CN 111433803A. Okay, what the heck is this? It's an abstract about disclosures of implementing a method for maintaining record transaction sequences occurring on one or more blockchains. Huh. Okay, what about data storage? Yes, data store. What about more blockchains? Yes, all that. What about plural data transactions? All that. Okay, who's the inventor of this? Well, that's all in Chinese. I can't read that. Who's this thing called Current Assignee Fastnet Network Limited? Max, this is nothing burger. Is it? Is it? Because guess what? Look at this for a second. What do you see there for a second? My God, what the heck do you see here in a second? Let's blow this up a little bit more. You see this. It's in Chinese overledger. What the hell is this? DLT. What the heck is going on? Look at this for a second. Let's jump down to this. Let's also open up this in another tab. This one's going to be kind of hard to see. A little bit blurry. Look at that. It's the same thing, basically. Overledger. Overledger? So what the heck is this thing, all right, called, Fastnet? Remember how we just talked about that? Fastnet. Because people are definitely going to, inquiring minds want to know, right? So as I jumped over to this, I said to myself, inventor, who the heck is this inventor? And most importantly, I don't know what that is. You go over here. This doesn't say nothing. This is giant nothing burger. Max has wasted my time. Well, guess what? The interpretation of that text, when you go to Google Translate, says what? Gilbert Verdi. Actually, it's Verdian. And it does cite another person, right? Paolo Tasco, whatever his name is, co-founder of Quant Network. So was I able to find out any more information in regards to all this? And most importantly, who the heck this is? Fastnet Network Ltd. Why don't they just say their name is freaking Quant? Right. Because, want to know something? Jumping back to this. Very interesting that the classification is buying, selling, or leasing transactions. The reason why I'm citing that is because of what? Because earlier in the outline, it was labeled that this is some of the stuff that the Brics nations was talking about, leasing transactions, because they haven't completely built their own thing. But guess what? This was all originally filed in 2017, and then there was application filed by who? Fastnet Network Ltd. And guess what does the icing on the cake, guys? Status. It's pending. Think about it. Think about it for a second. It is pending because we haven't got an answer yet in regards to what the Brics nation's blockchain is doing. That's the bombshell. That's the story I'm sticking to. I thought it was incredibly interesting. I try to find out more information in regards to specifically Fastnet Network Limited. Wasn't able to find Jack Dilly squat. I used other search engines and so on. Couldn't find it. But if anybody in the space of researchers wants to look more into it, or you have access to other networks as you travel, be very interesting to see what happens, because it's huge.
It sounds like a non-disclosure agreement signed and a shell company put in place. It's almost like having a trust inside of a trust inside of a trust, so that you can't really figure out who the actual person who owns the actual trust type situation. That was actually pretty incredible, knowing that, because if you think about it, they've already got the US patent. They've already got the Japanese patent. They just recently, like on the last leg of getting 38 EU countries patented, they got the UK. I didn't even know that the UN gave patents, but they got the UN patent. I'm talking about Quant Network and their patent for chronologically ordering blockchain, which is in a time zone, which is crazy. And now that you're seeing what you just showed us as far as China, this lets you know they're actually right there with China as well. What a lot of people don't realize is that you just showed a lot of stuff from like 2016, 2018. That means that they've been working on this for a very long time. But a year ago, people know, is it the Chinese yuan, the digital yuan? Is that what it's called? I don't want to mispronounce their currency.
That's one way to do it, and there's another way with this.
Yeah.
It's like ren. It's almost like you're saying ren, but it's not quite that. I listened to the pronunciation, so in reality, we're all gonna probably get it wrong.
Right. But the more important part, not the pronunciation of it, but the fact that every single civil servant and government employee in China since last June have been being paid their every 2-week paycheck in their digital currency. That's major. That's almost forced mass adoption.
Well, the way I look at it is it's like this, Enbridge, so how should I say it? So Project Roslyn, the big announcements of Quant with that, Bank of England, Bank of International Settlements, and then finally having confirmation from, going from what was speculative to confirming some things.
Absolutely.
And then you see these explanations in regards to Brics nations, or this particular gentleman, to, I mean, wow, I'll follow more of what he has to say, Dr. Warwick Powell, about some things we're just not really aware of. I mean, I don't think a lot of people was really talking about that, but you know, he outlined fantastic outline what he shared, and then tying in all this. So my thing is, Gilbert Verdian is not a stupid guy by any means. He's very, very smart, genius level, right?
Absolutely.
So if you have Enbridge already, like, here's the answer of what they're doing, and here's how they're preparing for if the dollar could collapse. Now, this is where I politely agree to disagree with you in regards to, I don't think that the U.S. dollar is going to go to, you know, the valuation of like the rubles currently, and you know, flips like that.
But theory,
yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I do see like where it could be a case where, you know, like the dollar's worth say 70 cents compared to like like a dollar, right? You know, like you pay something that's supposed to be $1 and it's literally like, you know, now it's worth like 70 cents. That's a huge problem. But yes, you better believe Bank International Settlements is already prepared for those explanations from Dr. Powell. But to also see this, you know, I was blown away. While I was like, what is this? And if anything, why a different name? We talk about standards, talk about control. There's got to be something there with that different name, because otherwise, why wouldn't they just say Quant Network?
Absolutely.
You know, because it's China and it's that control. You might have to have a different standard to fall into their class, even though it's the same architecture and it's the same people.
But you also
working groups.
But do you also see that it's almost like the way I was kind of sort of looking at it is TC307 is, let's just say, the parent standard. And all of those countries that are listed under TC307 will do standards tying into the parent standard, but that makes sense inside of their borders, so that they can still seamlessly operate within the jurisdictions of other countries, but also making sure that they're okay at home.
Absolutely. Yes, they got to be okay at home. But, you know, it's just, I think that, how should I say it? For us, you know, at the end of the day, how does this apply to us? Well, the cool thing is we are now, by holding some of these tokens tied to all this, you know, the new digital asset infrastructure, if you will. If one market does something crazy, let's say it is doom and gloom for the dollar. This is where a lot of people feel as though that crypto, especially these ones tied to utility, it's like, hold these, you know what I mean? So that first solidifies for, I mean, we talk about supply and demand forces at literally stake right in front of us. But again, I want to see how this pans out. I want to see how it goes. I meant to show you guys something little fun that I did earlier. I was telling Channing about this. I shared this with Underdog, and I shared this with I think Rue and Indigo Saint on our like a little private little Telegram thing and so on. But it's understanding, you know, that cash, like what is going on with the Brics nations, what's going on with the world, how they're prepared to combat against it. There's a huge shift that's coming, and it's coming very, very, like, it's coming strong. But I'm gonna give you guys some background, okay? So I have fun with making music videos, as the saying goes, and so on this one, give you a little background. The last one it was for JASMY, and with the JASMY one, it was like, you know, kind of like celebration that JASMY went to like 4.4 cents basically, and we're at all-time high as far as market cap, not coin value. And you know, it's like a feel-good moment. You know, it has a little story. There's certain clips, and then at the end, it's kind of like comes full circle. It's the guy dreaming about, you know, generational wealth. He's at the diner. If anybody's watched that, on this particular one, there's a story. I'm not gonna spill the beans of what exactly that is, but there's an answer. The answer ties into the outline tonight. So with that said, I'm going to play this. This is only 2 minutes. It's a fun little thing. We all need a little bit of a break. As you guys know, I'm a huge fan of like 80s and 90s hip hop, real hip hop. I get it. Maybe, you know, hip hop's not for everybody. There's good and bad in all music, right? I listen to all different genres of music. This is not copyright. We're not going to get hit with a copyright because the actual song is AI. When you hear the song, you'll be blown away that it's actually AI. There's a few channels I follow, which is called, if you do a search, if this interests you, it's called hip hop, but it's Motown. So for me, I can't take credit as far as the song, but I can take credit in regards to creating scenes with editing and so on. So there's a few small clips I did take from my all-time favorite rapper Nas, The Get Down, okay? And then I took other footage from the past of the 1970s to all make this fit together. I'm really proud of this music video, and it will make sense. When you see the end of it, you'll be like, I see what you did there. So let's go ahead and share it. It's a nice little fun thing. I do appreciate you guys. We have decent numbers tonight. 218 on the combined on YouTube and X. Not too bad considering the market's down and so on. But nonetheless, really glad to have Channing here. Let's go ahead and play this. Just a nice little fun thing, and then we'll get back into the comments. Thank you for everybody that stuck around tonight. Let's go ahead and share this particular video file. As you guys know, I'm a big fan of the Woo. Here we go.
On crime side, the New York Times side, staying alive was no jive. And second-hand mom's down school, old man. So then we moved to Shaolin Land. Yo, blocking the go-to logos. Only way I think in the G off was drug news. And let's start it like this, son. Rolling with this one and that one, pulling out gas for fun. But it was just a dream for the team. Who was a fiend? Started smoking woolies at 16 and running up in dates and doing hits for house days, making my way on fire escapes. No question, I was deep for cracks and weed. The combination made my eyes bleed. No question, I would go up and try to get the dough, sticking up white boys and ball courts. My life got no better, same damn low sweater. Times is rough and tough like leather. Figured I went the wrong route, so I got with a sick old clique and went all out, catching keys from cross seas, rolling in MPVs. Every week we made 40 G's. Your brother, respect my. On here go the Tech 9. Check, pow. Who from the gate now? Cash rules everything around me. Scream R-E-A-M. Get the money, dollar bill, y'all. Cash rules everything around me. Scream R-E-A-M. Get the money, dollar bill, y'all. Cash rules everything around me. Scream R-E-A-M. Get the money, dollar bill, y'all. Cash rules.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, y'all. Now I want to state this. You know, originally that ending, I put the Bitcoin white paper, but I was like, it's the 70s. That ain't going to make no sense. So one of the key things, if you guys missed it, was the show ARPANET. And ARPANET basically was the precursor before the internet, right? So I thought I would throw that in there. And obviously we're talking a lot about money, cash, you know, de-dollarization and all these things. So hopefully you enjoy the music video. It'll be uploaded to the channel later. You know, I do have another one, which is called JASMY Radio. I don't know if I call that Quant Radio. Not really I call it that, but if you're the type that likes that type of music and so on. So glad to share that. Wu-Tang Clan Cream meets Motown. Kind of interesting, right? Anyway, we're going to check the comments. Brother, what do you think about that? You may not even like it. I don't know, but
no, that was a cool song, and like they said, the dollar does it runs the world at this point in time. But as you saw, as we kind of sort of went over and said a couple different times, you have countries now preparing plans of not necessarily the exit, but just the lowering of dependency of the U.S. dollar within their borders, which is pretty big. But also, jumping back to the patent that you just showed us from China, sure. Major that it actually says overledger. It actually says overledger, and even more major that when those words are converted in Google Translate, it literally translates to Gilbertian. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Like, that's not nothing to look over. That just shows you that, it's like I've said on some of my videos, Quant Network is an octopus with infinity arms. And every time you think that it can't be another arm, there's another arm that's attached to another, either global standard, central bank, government, or multinational corporation or bank. And it's quite incredible what this one entity is pulling off seamlessly, quietly around the world. Because interoperation is what's going to drive the economies to be able to interoperate. And what is the one thing, if not, of course, Overledger does multiple things, but what is the one thing that everybody boasts on whenever they talk about Overledger? Is the capability to hop from any blockchain at any point in time, blockchain agnostic, completely interoperable with any system on the planet. And they're proving themselves time and time and time again, because you wouldn't have countries approving patents and working out standards and being a part of a ISO standard if the technology behind it wasn't efficient, resilient, and future-proof. Just like when Christine Lagarde talks about the digital euro, she calls it the future of money. Just like, I haven't done a video about it, but you did a video about it, about the guy talking on Parliament's floor in regards to the digital pound. They called it the future of money. And there were several times throughout the course of this evening, there were several documents that called things the future of money. And piggybacking off of what you just said about the old internet and the new internet, now think about the next iteration or the next elevation of it, the finternet, that's going to sit on top of the two things that you just talked about. It's all in regards to the future of money, bringing money into the 21st century, bringing it just as digital as the money that you see on your screen. Because right now it's not. It's when you swipe that card, it goes to a messaging system that goes to your bank, that goes to another messaging system, that goes to that bank, and then eventually within their 3 days, their settlement. That's not efficient when you're dealing in a right here, right now society. It's just not efficient. And they're moving to distributed technology because it is that instant RSN settlement globally with their digital wallets. And they're now, like I said, talking about things publicly because the private events and the private testing have gone so well. And couple that with standards like ISO 222 going live November 2025, and how many things that you mentioned, different things with that same timeline of going live or adopting or, moving forward some part of 2025, because it's all operating harmoniously so that they can do global commerce like they have been doing since what it's been 75 years that we've used the US dollar as the petrodollar, which is, and it's been the reserve currency since the World War II, when we
Petrodollar would have been technically shortly after the gold standard, or shortly after Nixon took us off of this gold standard, so roughly 1970, give or take.
Okay. So yeah. So it's just the elevation. People need to realize nothing stays the same. Every single day, there's some part, whether it's small or big, but there's some type of change in your life. Now, if you look back over a decade, that change may be minimal. Maybe it could be weight loss. Maybe it could be, building a wealth. It could be, having a house, whatever, but there's change. And sometimes there's small incremental change, and sometimes it's huge change. And right now we're going through what they've been piecing together, small change in regards to DLT, blockchain, and this digital shift that is getting ready to start ushering in huge change once you get the foundation of standards and regulation, which is happening harmoniously with the time targets of end of 2025 globally. And that's no coincidence that you have multiple global leaders saying the same thing in regards to their countries and regulation in their country by a certain target date. There's no coincidence.
Yeah, and I know that some people, they're going to say like, well, this has happened before, like, what was it last year ISO 222 goes live. You guys got to keep in mind difference between what's live and what's mandated. Mandate means all of it. And if you don't fall into that compliance of that mandate, you will be fined. So they're not going to want to continuously be fined. And then the other thing, from a retail perspective, and by the way, like Ripple's XRP, Brad Garlinghouse saying are focusing on a retail. Notice all these guys, what we're talking about, Gilbert Verdin, all of them, their focus is not on retail. They could give two, what's about our narrative of what we found. Price don't move. Like, well, give me a break. Guess what? Jimbo, it doesn't matter what your thought of that is, because at the end of the day, guess what? That mandate happens. Just real quick, that mandate happens. Some people are like, well, so what if it happens? We're not going to get any examples. You will get those examples. All right. It might not be as big as like maybe 10 years after 2025 when everything is fully mass adopted, 5 to 10 years. But you're trying to tell me that we're not going to see some examples of such and such central bank of such and such country. It's like, man, we got a financial crisis. We need to borrow some money from, this particular. Yeah, they're going to do it. And it's going to be probably more than 10 trillion, might be even more, but way more by then because of inflation rates, so, as you noticed, worldwide, not just here in the United States, but worldwide. So what's going to happen? It's going to create not only supply shock for some of the tokens, but holy cow, you just had a transaction of $10 trillion being moved. And how was it settled? Back to the research. The unified ledger, I don't care what anybody says. I don't mean that disrespectfully. I am 100% convinced that the unified ledger is the RLN, the Regulated Liability Network. What does it settle with? It settles with the Regulated Settlement Network, the RSN. And that example of those digital wallets, the unified, universal wallet, it's been literally laid out for all of us. The research is all there showing that. So with that also said, since it's going to land somewhere, somebody's account, in this case, a particular nation's account, you're trying to tell me things like, I know we're on top of the Quant, but, Ripple's XRP is only going to sit at 47 cents. Or what about Stellar? Stellar is only going to sit at what's currently at? What about, for example, Quant moving all of that tied into the back end of APIs and so on and so forth? Like, you want to talk about the one that has amazing tokenomics. I'll give Verdian praise on that. 14.88 million tokens. That is like, good God. I mean, like 7 million, give or take, less than BTC. So, yeah.
Like what you said earlier, just to piggyback on that, to really horn in on that. Think about what they said Bitcoin is. Bitcoin is peer-to-peer payments, okay? And think about how people utilize Bitcoin daily, whether they're holding it, whether they're buying, whatever they're buying with it, whatever it can be. Now, think about this. When Bitcoin was around a year old, Gilbert Verdin sat inside of a room, and he said out of his own mouth, sat inside of the room with other global leaders and asked them what did they know about what Bitcoin was, and everyone said no. He explained to them what Bitcoin was, and he said that day Quant Network was founded. So basically, they came up with an institutional payment system, just like Bitcoin is for the regular retail person. Well, this is the same thing, mirrored like Bitcoin, but for the big boys to play.
Appreciate, brother. Yes.
Back and forth.
Yeah, you're spot on. That again, that's back to that thing we shared. Why Gilbert Verdin took that screenshot and literally showed on that pamphlet a peer-to-peer, not cash system, because that's Bitcoin, peer-to-peer financial system, and to see how all this has transpired and how they're going gangbusters to get people that they're partnered with, whether, I know I keep mentioning this lady, but she's key, Nadine Chakar, not Shakur. I would keep calling her Shakur. She's not related to Tupac, but anyway, Chakar, right? She was at the whole thing pitching at the House Democrats, and then Mr. Rodrigo Domingo, trying to pronounce it wrong, from Securitize, also pitching it. And what do they talk about? Orchestration. They talk about things about like the unified ledger, and so all talking about not having wall gardens and silent. Everything, all of the terminology matches up exactly on point to what Gilbert Verdi mentioned. And then on top of it, last deep dive video, the CEO of Circle, it's just exact same terminology. So it's like that will be something we'll try to cover a little bit more in the future in regards to the digital dollar. But go ahead.
Video with the CEO of Circle, I mean, he was having the interview and he mentioned about secure payments. The guy who was interviewing him brought up secure asset transfer protocol. He didn't say it, but he said, "Yeah, I co-chair a protocol coming out of IETF about secure transfers." SATP.
Yes, you're right. I'm glad you caught that. SATP, right? Yeah, exactly.
So, but I was getting ready to say, and think about it. You have people don't listen to words or look at words for what they are. He called it a peer-to-peer, what you said, financial system. Who has financial systems? Governments have financial systems. We don't have financial systems. Central banks have financial systems. It is a peer-to-peer financial system, just like we're a peer-to-peer payment system, as in Bitcoin. I send Maximus 10 Bitcoin or $10 worth of Bitcoin.
I'll say 10 Bitcoin. I'll take it right now. Thank you very much.
I wish I had it. but essentially that's what that is. But people don't get the small things. A peer-to-peer financial system, meaning these are financial systems interoperating with each other. Now think about the massive amount of money that flows through just one of the financial systems. Now think of, you have a network of peer-to-peer financial system, cross-border payments simultaneously happening globally 24 hours a day, 365. Think about that much money. We're talking about quadrillions of dollars. No one's really thinking of the big picture of what this really going to be 10, 15 years down the line. This is incredible, having access to this information. All that stuff that you shared in that last video, especially with the guy saying, this is not for the press, and everything that he dove into in that video was incredible. And it was like, wow, this is literally the legitimation, it's getting late where I am, but it was legitimizing everything that we have been talking about in regards to DOT, the new structure of what the financial system is going to be, and the players that are literally hand walking these institutions with this new technology that all these global leaders keep talking about in different speeches, articles, and press releases. And it's like, is no one paying attention when the head of your central bank says something? Is no one paying attention when, Biden 2 years ago signed executive orders about crypto, CBDCs, and distributed ledger technology 2 years ago? And in that executive order, he separated the two. He said crypto on this hand, crypto is basically bad. But he said blockchain technology and tokens associated with distributed ledger technology systems will power the future. Listen to what global leaders say, because it means something, because they're the ones that have a seat at the table that actually create the laws and the bylines that literally curve out every fabric of our lives.
Great points as usual, my friend. Here's a dab to you. We're going to kick it back into the comments. It is really nice having you back on. It's been a while. We hope to obviously, see more of you, but we understand, it's like you're probably spending more time accumulating some Quant and some of these other ones. We're going to kick it back into the comments to see some familiar faces here. So what we're going to do now is just kind of, see what we got. Let's see. Let's recognize this. ET3, Generational, Swoop In, and Hodl. Excuse me. We got the one and only Rue Black in the house, brother Rue. in the house. So glad to have you here.
Hey,
Always
Rue.
give Rue a follow over at Black Rue for continuous Swift coverage. Do an excellent job with that. Also, shout out to our brother Underdog Research channel. And we're going to go down to HSB's comment. I did see this earlier. I wanted to recognize you. Appreciate you, Max. I appreciate you just being here. That was at 7:38 my time, and it's now 9:01. Thanks a lot, Max, for recognizing my comment almost 2 hours later, right? Scam. I'm just kidding.
It's 12 o'clock my time.
Yeah, it's pretty late. Is it really? Hold on, let's see. Yeah, it's 12 o'clock. Midnight. Jeez, it is pretty late. All right, Cool Cat Coding in the house. Hey, Cool Cat, welcome back. Oh, see, I mentioned the cat and dog is like, hey, I don't need any of that, you know.
They're starting the fireworks by my house, and he's hearing the fireworks pop, so he's barking.
Yeah,
to myself.
Oh, no problem. Thanks. GG Digital G today convert some crypto into other to consolidate. Oh, that's good. All right, let's go further down. People are missing Cool Cat. Yeah, you know, Cool Cat. A lot of people were missing. I don't know if you're still here, but anyway. Crypto Homes 777's in the house. Good to see you. I don't know if you're gone. A lot of you guys are probably gone by this time on the East, but you can always watch the replay. Some do, some don't. It's what comes with territory. Cool Cat says his garden this time of year is darn near a full-time job, mostly where he's been. Oh, yeah. That used to be my dad's thing back in the day. We lived in Oregon. All right. You're DCAing, honestly. All right. We are harvesting cauliflower right now off of 3 acres, says River. I'm filling up all of my friends' freezers. It's a long winter in Canada. Oh, okay. Cool. All right. Here's what Cool Cat has. He has tomatoes, peppers, green beans, spinach, oranges, lemons, and a host of herbs. Awesome. What kind of tomatoes do you have? Do you have beefsteak tomato? Do you have Roma tomatoes? You know, beefsteak are the perfect for, you know, that fits like on a big hamburger. But just to enjoy a slice of tomato, for me, it's a Roma. If I'm going to sit down and enjoy some cottage cheese, what I'll do is I'll make it look pretty. I used to do this for my dad when he was alive and I served him. So I cut up some Roma tomatoes because both him and I would like that. And then I take it and put it all around, you know, the rim of the plate. Right? Here's your Maximus special. All right? This is actually a healthy thing to eat. All right? So you cut it up nice and kind of not super thin, but all around the plate. Then you take some cottage cheese. All right? Large curd, small curd, don't matter. You just put that in the middle, put some pepper on it. And for some reason, just that redness kind of lightens it up. Easy on the eyes, and it's a healthy thing to eat. Anyway, I enjoy it. I might, next time I go to the grocery store, I'll probably have to pick some of that up. So anyway, but it is what it is. All right, let's see here. You also got Jack Thompson in the house, brother Jack down in Tucson, Arizona. Cool Cat Crypto in the house. Costco has awesome frozen tilapia. I don't have to worry about that. My friend Mike Wool has a tilapia farm. He does. So anyway, River, we have 40 acres of colettes, if I'm pronouncing that right, growing right now. We will harvest in September. Awesome. Shaq Thompson, be careful. There's tilapia that is Frankenstein. Oh, geez. Yeah, it does sound like a big operation. All right. There is, yes, we recognized you earlier. Glad to have you back. And then let's go further down. So let's see. That was Tia. You guys don't know Vegas. I mean, we always recognize her name. So this is T Lens, artist formerly known as T Lens, right? No. Good to have you, Tia. Let's go further down. River, greenhouse. That's good. You guys are in the peppers, tomatoes. You got greenhouse. That's awesome. You grow cherry tomatoes, right on. Tomatoes have grown rough, so this year they're starting to get some traction. Oh, okay. T. Lynn's Vegas Crypto, she says, good point. Channing. Okay. All right, let's see here. Try growing basil with your tomatoes. They complement each other somehow. Yes, they do. I love basically like basil with tomato in my pasta sauce. You know, it's one of my favorites. All right, let's see here. Yeah, hey, look at that. You guys all recognize each other. That's awesome. Community coming back together. And, it, you know, it has been a while, T-Lens, so it's good to see you. All right. I am positioned like major countries. Interesting. And Zach Laney.
You should position yourself like major countries. That's a very smart strategy.
Yes, what's also a smart strategy is that Zach Laney wants the whole world to know that he what? That he farted. So basically, it's like this. As you all in the meme coin space prepare to spread the mustard, this guy cuts the cheese. You know? Because he wants to get that QNT at 360 degrees. I don't know why I'm rapping, but it's kind of fun. So let's go further down. All right, she's part of the replay gang. Gang. Because she moved to a different time zone, been missing the lies. Oh, so you're not in Vegas no more? Huh. That's an interesting avatar of Yoda. Sith Lord Dawn. Hyperinflation, if you will. I can't do it right. Anyway. You're liking the new place. Quant library. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Zach. What did you eat tonight? Did you eat some Wendy's chili? Did you eat a lot of beans? Bush baked beans? I don't know. All right. That's kind of disgusting, but that's all right. All right. I'm late. I'm going to need to run this back, says Jay's Diecast Creations. Hey, Jay's. I saw you in the recorded commenting there, so that's cool. All right. Decent wallet. And you can get a discount, believe it or not, by using my link that's in the description. It's on the description of the live show, recorded. And believe it or not, you actually have to go through a platform like myself to get a discount. So it's not like, oh, Maximus just shills it, but you did ask. And it's the cold storage solution that I use. So yeah, if you want a discount, I'd be much appreciated if you use my link. And it's what I personally use. I have shifted most, not all, but most of my assets to a from Ledger to Decent Wallet. Now I will state this. When I do BSV coverage, I never promote the Decent Wallet at the end. Some, you know, I accidentally promoted on one, and somebody let me know. They're like, "Hey, man, you know, why are you doing that?" And I was like, "Oh, crap, you're right. Like, I didn't mean to." So yeah, I don't promote on for that. Unfortunately, Decent Wallet drop BSV support. But if you guys want a solution with that, your best bet, in my opinion, not official advice, but is to go with Exodus. And then as far as the cold storage solution to kind of link it together, you're going to go with Trezor for BSV. Some of you guys are doing other things, but I just want to, you know, state that as well. Another thing that's cool about Decent Wallet is also, you know, like was XDC. I guess even people have problems with HBAR, but from my own experience, XDC, that custom folder, that was a giant pain in the butt with a Ledger. So you don't have that problem with Decent Wallet. All right. Let's read this from Quantitative Tightening. All right. He says, I don't think we have long. Thus, could be the final shakeout. Imagine buying XRP at $48 rather than 48 cents. Good point. XL limit $10 rather than 10 cents. Quant at $800 rather than $80. That's definitely one way to look at it. Let's see here. You've yet to buy XRP. Well, you know, I mean, there's some assets that we cover that you have and so on. And there's some things that you guys own that I don't have, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Zach Laney, another year tops, likely roller coaster till then. Michelle Fielding was saying Hedera and Quant will be leaders. I'm glad you're paying attention, Zach.
I completely concur. Hedera is doing incredible things also globally. I think it's what MTech has 6 central banks in Africa. You have Bank Social, which is building out a complete network of DLT for credit unions. Like they are, and that's just like the Shihan Bank. And this is just on the banking side. We're not even talking about things like Mondelez, things like that SKUX. Like literally Hedera's technology is in space right now. I believe it's WiseKey. They have 21 or 23 space satellites right now utilizing HBAR in the transactions that's happening currently. Like HBAR, Hedera is doing amazing things. And HBAR and Quant, those are two of my top holdings. So I completely concur with you on that. They are literally leading the game and changing the world as far as institutional investment and driving institutional markets into the DLT space. It's incredible.
Yeah, Hedera is absolutely fantastic. I mean, I need to cover it more. I've been doing a lot of focus. Like, I mean, a couple weeks ago was JASMY. The last couple weeks has clearly been QNT for me. But I do need to get back to some of these other ones I cover, like, for example, Stellar. I did think of one XDC. I need to get it back to BSV. It's been about a month, but I'm just looking at my own list. Nexera, I haven't done in a while. I do want to do a collaboration in regards to LCX with Rue. I need to do another update for Casper. Lots been going on with Casper. CASPER. Algorand, I haven't covered that in a while. Relio, I mean, I still believe in Relio. I still hold it. Filecoin. I mean, there's a lot of other ones. Let's see here. Clearpool, the Graft, Swift Blockchain, Swift Coin. BSL has been a long time, like you just mentioned that. Stronghold. So it's like BSL Credit Union, Stronghold Remittances. That's what stands out for me. Been a long time since it covers Sauce. And then, of course, Caspa, I don't know if I ever get any traction with it. Obviously, you guys know I mine it. And then, of course, there's Byte, which, man, really happy about Byte. Wish would have bought a lot more in regards to Byte because that has been treating me really, really well. All right, let's go further down. Quantitative tightening. When utility kicks in, the downturns will be speculative. Utility will set the floors for the prices.
Absolutely.
I think I already read that, and I think I already read this too, so sorry about that. All right, River. Think like squirrels, people. Stack it away while you can, and you will love yourself later.
Absolutely.
Get it while it's easy. Or you could just tune in to the live research when you dismiss all the presented boring material at the beginning and everything that Dr. Warwick Powell mentioned. And then as soon as Max mentions the patent in regards to Fastnet Limited and Chinese Quant or whatever the heck that is, it's like, oh, look, squirrel. Like, wow, look at that. So you could do that too. All right. Bad joke. Anyway. All right. Go ahead.
You'll be in the middle of winter with no nuts. Looking at your neighbor.
Yeah.
Whose tree is full of nuts.
Yeah. You don't want no cold nuts in the wintertime. You just want these nuts right here, which is QNT. Oh, God, that's horrible. All right. I had to, man. You open up that door, and I had to, bro. That's bad.
Too funny.
Yeah.
Too funny.
Right.
But yeah, it's the major nut. That's the ultimate.
Like, yeah. And guys, there's only 14.88 million of these nuts. That's bad too. All right.
Stack them while you can.
Oh God. All right. Let's read this from Richie Rich. Hey Richie, good to see you. You were technically the first comment. I did see way like in the morning you did comment and I forgot about that. So sorry about that. He says, Zach, Max really likes the Descent wallet. It holds Quant and Max has a link. Oh, thank you for that. Appreciate that. All right. GG. Max is on fire tonight. Love it. That's, I guess, the highlight point. Let's see. Probably. That kind of matches up. We must protect this. Yeah. Sometimes I do kind of worry about certain things. Like twice now, my part of my research has been kind of deleted. And I notice it's always deleted after I make an announcement on X. And I think that's more than a coincidence. I don't know. I know it sounds conspiracy theory, and I'm not really into a lot of conspiracy theories, but it's the second time I've had part of my outline deleted. I mean, come on. And it's not time-sensitive material. So, anyway. All right. River. Vegas Crypto. This is the opportunity of a lifetime, or all time. With the right choices, it could be life-changing, patience key, not financial advice.
Absolutely.
Awesome. All right. Just out of curiosity, just for I can remember. So, T-Lens, Vegas Crypto, Tia, give me a heads up. What was the main research that because you've been supporting this channel for a while. Is it JASMY? Is it Stellar? Is it some of these other ones that I covered? Because if you're not in the XRP, then maybe you are mainly here for QNT. You're here tonight for QNT, so I'm gonna go with this QNT. Okay. All right. Jay's Diecast Creation. I subbed to your channel just for the heck of it, by the way. Anyway, Max, you just open up a whole case of worms. I get that. I get that by showing something. My thing is, I want to also. I have nothing against other people that reshare content because I mean I do to a sense as well. You know, I'll try to elaborate, but I've been trying more to be a researcher that shows unique content. You know, and to me that was definitely unique. And of course, shout out to Quant Papa, you know, for his collaborations with that. I forgot to give him a shout out earlier. I want to give him his proper, flowers, as you guys would say.
Juan Papa is incredible.
Yeah, he is.
That he has to things is spectacular. Like, it's crazy what we talking screenshots and private conversations from Gilbert. It's like, how do you get that? But anyway, go ahead. I'm listening.
No, there's some ones that it's either he shows me screenshots and it's like NDA, you can't share this, and I'm like, oh god, man, I'm like drooling over some of this stuff, you know. So there's a couple things I got to double check with him, but the next Quant outline is going to be more. So you guys like that, where at least at the end it shows one screenshot. But I want to show you some other key things that are just as important. Some big things, for real, you know, that I honestly have not seen posted. Like, I pay attention to all these guys in this space, you know what I mean? Like, and they have great research. But I need to get the green light, yeah.
I will definitely say this information, the Brics information, yes, but even more so about the Chinese patent information and the connection to Quant. I watch, I'm not gonna say every content creator about Quant, but I watch the good and the bad, because it's so I'm not going to even give his page any type of anything, but somebody came out with a Quant video like a week and a half ago, complete, and they're ICP Maxi. You might know exactly what I'm talking about.
I know exactly who you're talking about, because he also said that JASMY was going to go to 0.2. And think about why he's coming out with these videos about 0 on this, on 0 on that. Look at the views.
Yep.
You know, and that's such a shame to do that, because you are an influencer, and you, to a sense, to me, there's nothing. Here's the thing: when you create flood videos like that,
exactly,
whether you believe it's actual like garbage. For one, who's the only person really benefiting from it? It's you. To me, that's selfish.
So the crazy part about it is he was like,
are you benefiting anybody else? No, you're not, right?
Exactly.
You're not. You're only benefiting you. I will never be that person. Like, only unless this is like a rug pull meme token or something like that, where it's just like blatant, these guys are scumbags like that. Yeah.
But on one of the videos that they said something like, what has Quant done lately? Literally, the day that this released is literally like the 17th to 18th. Hello, EBA Day. You have literally Quant Network, Deutsche Bank, the European something else or another, all on stage talking about the restructure of the financial system and giving shots fired, boom, warnings. Hey, either do this or you'll be forced to via regulations and standards. So you choose. Type situation.
Either get off the pot, but I always like even on the JASMY one and then the QNT, you know, he's like, I done my research, and it's just like, really, you sure about that? You know, but look, I want to state this, okay? It sounds like I don't like the guy or hate the guy. I want to state this. No, I don't hate anybody. I have a difference of opinion in regards to him. But as far as how he does FUD videos for multiple ones, go back in regards to like the ones that stand out for views. You'll see that, okay, I get it. To me, that's bad. That's the only knock I have, if you want to call it a knock. But other than that, as far as a person, he's a family man. He's completely turned his life around in regards to like alcoholism and so on. You guys know who I'm talking about without me directly saying it. But so that's the way I look at it. You know, it's
like, don't mislead people saying, oh, this project has nothing going on, or all this project didn't do anything, when this project has done nothing since January but make announcement after announcement after announcement. Now, he kept saying about nothing on Twitter. Well, they stopped posting on Twitter. Go to LinkedIn.
Right. Thank you. Yes, exactly. That's where we're getting a lot of the research.
Yeah.
You know, because that's institutional side, because that has nothing to do with what, guys? Retail narrative. And what have they stated before? Yeah, exactly, Channing, right? Their focus is not on retail.
What January, there was a press release from Quant Network this January. I think it was January. And they basically said, step aside, buckle up. 2024 is the institutions coming in to play. So they are gearing and they are focused, and their ads, their commercials, their tweets or whatever, it's all on LinkedIn being shown to the people who matter to them, their customer. Retail is not their customer. Will we benefit from their customers utilizing their technology and service? Absolutely. But are we Quant Networks focused? No, we are not. So they are literally showing their customer on where their customers' platforms are. And it ain't Twitter. It ain't thumb thugs. It ain't people with big opinions but no facts. They're talking to multinational corporations and safe spaces with other multinational corporations.
You want to hear something funny? I just got to tell you this real quick. And again, I do think, guys, please, I am the guy that's, more about attacking the argument and the discussion and not the person. So this is no knock on, obviously, we know who this guy that we're talking about.
Right.
My thing is, there is a problem that exists in our country and multiple countries, and that is to agree to disagree. Okay. Exactly. That's all it is for me. That's Absolutely. No knock on him. I don't personally hate that guy, but it's just agreeing to disagree. And so back to what Channing mentioned. I mean, Channing is spot on that, but listen, this is where I was kind of a little bit chuckling. So listen to this. Since he originally put out, not the last JASMY to Zero, but like him and, some other people, doing the FUD thing of JASMY. And I'm friends with one of these particular guys. I'm not going to mention who that is at the moment, but basically they shifted their stance in regards to JASMY. Since all that nonsense of Binance US, JASMY Innovation Zone, and when JASMY is at all-time lows at 0.0027, been a freaking, like, it was as high as like almost a little over 15x since then.
Yeah.
15x.
It was crazy.
Yeah. So it's like, you know what? I stand by the research, whether it is popular or not, because what? I've done the research.
That's right.
I don't care what other narrative is out there. Yeah.
Research trumps FUD any day of the week. People, you can say what you want to say. Look, watch this. I'm a billionaire. You can fix your mouth to say anything, but what are the facts and statistics? What is the stuff that is literally in the fabric of articles? What is literally in the fabric of the technology? You can say what you want to say about Quant Network. You say what you want to say about Overlay. You say what you want to say about SATP. You say what you want to say about TC307. You can say what you want to say, but that does not change the fact that you have governments and central banks utilizing it. Period. So
yeah, then when mass adoption happens, I don't want to get into it. Then that's just dumb. To me, that is dumb. It's just like, oh yeah, okay, it's proven itself. I mean, here's the thing. But what do people do? Okay, back to what you're saying. What does retail do? Then they're like, oh, this is all worth a lot now. Now I'm going to buy it. Now you're going to buy it. How many X's are you going to get at that point? Probably nothing too significant, Exactly. Like coming into BTC when it was 78,000. Think how many people came into, oh, I heard it's going to go to 500K. So you come in at 78K. Why didn't you come in at like 15,800 when FTX
just
collapsed?
The year before. Just the year before. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, because that would have been the time.
Because this is like the same thing I was just saying about Quant and them, because the fundamentals of Bitcoin hasn't changed. Only thing that changed is now we have asset managers getting involved, but the white paper is still the same. Does this make sense? The technology is still the same. Does this make sense? So nothing has changed. So you could have gotten in then versus now when it's sky high. It's gonna be the same thing with Quant, and the same thing with things like HBAR, the same thing with things like XRP and XLM. The technology and the partnerships that they're cultivating and deploying around the world hasn't changed. It's only growing. And if you listen to people FUD just because they have a difference of opinion, not fact, not based off of research, just literally, I want to say something out of my mouth, so I'm going to say it out of my mouth, opinion, and you allow them to trick you out of something that is spectacular, you're going to look at yourself, and you're going to kick yourself in the you-know-what, and wish you had followed your heart and conviction when you actually had legitimate research documents being pulled up in front of you stating, hey, we're utilizing this technology. Hey, we're working with this governing body. Hey, we are creating the next layer of the internet, the finternet, the internet of value. These things are being said and put right in our faces. And if you don't take the opportunity to look at the platter and pick it up, it's all on you, especially if you're in this space and you're listening to someone tell you something is going to zero with literally no legit, I can't even say the words tonight for some reason, I don't know why, but no justification of what he's saying. Like nothing at all.
I think we already gave him too much attention already, but you get what I'm saying. I already said. I don't mean that in a bad way, but you know what I mean?
Right, no,
like,
exactly.
It's like, why give somebody that much attention with FUD? I mean,
But this is
some people want me to do response videos, not doing it.
Right.
You know?
No, yeah, not at all. But what I'm saying to people that's watching tonight is more so for them, as far as don't let anyone trick you out of something that you know within your heart and what it is. If you've been following Maximus since the old page to the new page, and this suite of information that has been laid out in front of us for now years in regards to these projects and what they are doing around the world, then you can't do nothing but take this information in, appreciate him for doing all of this amazing deep dives, and hopefully you're capitalizing off of the information that's being presented to you. That's it. Don't listen to anyone about nothing other than facts. And Maximus, you bring facts.
I do appreciate that. If I say something bold, like a bombshell, or I say something like, you won't believe what I found, like, I try to back that up. I mean, some of it does, some people say to me, you do a lot of clickbait, but then I hit myself, did you even go to the end? Did you see all the presented material? And it's always, the answer is no.
Exactly.
Because if they would have done that, like, if I'm going to state something, I'm going to back that up.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, especially when I used to teach. If I'm going to teach the little kiddos, or even at the collegiate level, when I used to sub for, at the collegiate level, look, you got to cite at least 2 things from your source. It can't be from Wikipedia. Wikipedia is great for, a knowledge source, but not for citations. Then, like, you have to back that up, like APA, what they call it, in college, APA format. So I'm not going to go on public record doing shows or or chopped up videos or whatever the case be, and not at least back it up with something.
Exactly.
I get with my Stellar video, the way I worded that, it said like XLM burned, but in reality, it's kind of like a question mark, because if legislation gets passed, then that will force them to have to make a dramatic decision. And it's not just Stellar, it has to come up with that decision. It affects a lot of different projects.
With regular, like prime example, and I think I've said this before in your show, but I'll say it again because for maybe someone wasn't here for it. Think about this. With the iPhone 15, Apple, one of the largest companies in the world, had to bend the knee. Why? Because the global standard for charging was put into place, and you didn't have any other choice but comply to the standard or no longer be who you are as far as one of the largest cell phone providers in the world, because you'll probably be fined out of oblivion for being out of step with the standard. You do think the charger that was on the other iPhones, that was their technology, Apple's technology. They had to abandon their technology and conform to the global standard of that C charger, because you don't have a choice once you are a standard. It's just that we put these rules in place so everyone has an even playing field to work harmoniously together. And coupling that with the standards that's getting ready to go live, TC307, ISO 222, Secure Asset Transfer Protocol. Quant has another standard that's coming out of, it's a governing body of nothing but blockchains, though. I can't think of that acronym. It's like INTB something. It's another standard that they have that really don't even get talked about much, but it's actually a standard for blockchain. It's crazy what this company is putting into not just the work, but they're going the extra mile and getting patented, and then going another extra mile and literally creating and working with standards or standard setting bodies to become a standard. That is crazy to think about. That's on a level that is beyond any retail investor's really comprehension to say that this multi-conglomerate company has to conform to my rule because my rule is now the standard. That's incredible.
As long as the new standard is that we all won't have to eat the bugs, because I do not want to eat any bugs. Oh, burst, right? All right. Let's go into some more comments. Digital G says, we get paid fiat here in the United States. That's also forced mass adoption. Great point. I like that comment.
Yes. It goes back real fast. That goes back to what I was saying earlier. When the Federal Reserve went into play in 1914, literally by 1933, that executive order was just that. That was the push of cash, meaning that was push of the mass adoption. You can no longer have a certain amount of gold in your personal possession. You can no longer have a certain amount of banknotes in your personal possession. You have to turn it into the U.S. government because it is now illegal, and you have to receive the equivalent of cash in its place. That was, like he just said, mass adoption. That was the start of the push out of cash being massively adopted around the world, but also within the U.S. borders. And if you look at what's going on with digital currencies, yes, all of them are saying right now, cash is here to stay. You'll have all options, cash and digital cash. But if you really look at it, even here in America, think about how many businesses that you come across within a matter of a month or a week that says we no longer accept cash. Here in Atlanta, the DMV, for like, I want to say for like the past 2 or 3 years, the actual DMV no longer accepts cash. Why? Because they are phasing cash out of the system, because they are getting ready to deploy the new regime, which is a CBDC. First tokenized deposits, then wholesale CBDCs will come around 2026, 2027, and then 2028, 2030, that's when your retail CBDCs will come into play. And that's just the timeline based off of what one of the things that you said and what other global leaders are saying in regards to their countries. First is wholesale CBDCs, which they're publicly saying they're working on now, things like Project Agora. Now, then give it another few years, you'll have all of the retail CBDCs, because I'm more than sure right now they've been doing projects with retail CBDCs, but it hasn't been made public, these projects yet. But when they're ready for the retail to start their part of the mass adoption, after the wholesale mass adoption has already taken place and got their foothold, you'll start seeing, oh yeah, we had this project for retail CBDCs and it went great. This project was for retail CBDCs and it went great. They even touched base on it a little bit in Project Rosalind. It's coming. The new regime is going to take place and is going to take footing, and anyone who has prepared themselves alongside of the new regime will do very well. And anyone that isn't, is going to be an extreme case of the have and the have-nots. And it's sad to say, but it's true. That's why 15-minute cities are happening, because they're going to say, hey, stay within your 15-minute border. You don't have any reason to leave you within your 15-minute perimeter. You don't have the credentials. You don't have the token value or whatever it's going to be. All these futuristic movies, they touch base on reality. If you really look back at some of the things that we've seen in movies that are now coming into fruition today, and some of the things that we're seeing in movies today, like autonomous vehicles, that's going to be a thing, a big thing. You have AT&T right now working on chips that's going inside of the cars that talk to each other, that talk to the stoplights. These things are literally happening today. 10, 15, 20 years down the line, when it's massively adopted and everybody's sitting around, on computers or whatever, as their car drives them back and forth to work, home, or wherever they're going to go, because it's going to happen. But go ahead.
No, it's good. I'm glad that you can, be free to, mention what you want to mention, because you make some very good, valid points. Let's read this from River. Forced mass adoption is coming, like it or not.
Yep.
Vegas Crypto, good work, Max. Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate you. T-Lens in the house. All right, in regards to Brics, from Digital G, GG. Brics and others probably waiting for Time Project Sandman. Oh, yeah. You know what? There's so many projects. Going to have to get more into that one. All right, let's read this from Jay's Diecast Creations. So Quant is basically playing all sides of the fence. I showed up late. I'm that guy tonight. All right, how about this? You ready for it, Jay? Quant is the fence.
The table.
The table, the fence. I mean, it's all there. People sit at the table. Quant is the table.
Yep.
That's the way I look at Quant. All right, here's X marks the spot because X gonna give it to you. Yo, Max and Quant Man, a.k.a. the one and only King Channing of King Channing's Court of Channing Harold Quant Channel and Crow in the house, his house. All right.
H-bar.
Yeah, before we get into some more comments, I do want to recognize a super chat that came in. Sorry about the delay. It was at 9:20. How long did you have to wait? You had to wait 16 minutes. That's a little bit too long, but it's not as bad as the one from Shook. We had to wait like an hour and a half. I'm sorry. $27 super chat from the one and only Rue Black. He says, maximum great research. Thanks, Brother Rue. Really do appreciate that. And with that said, it is time to give Rue a plug because why not? So let's get into that for a second. It's always show love and appreciation for those who are networked with, and I definitely am. So let's pull up his channel, Black Rue. And let's see here. All right, let's present this. Here we go. Here's Rue Black's channel, full showcase. All right. And why do you want to go to his channel? Oh, I'm only going to go over to his channel because Maximus Crypto said so. But when I look at QNT, I just say to myself, price don't move much. So what does Rue Black cover? Well, I'll show you what Rue Black covers. Okay. So Rue covers quite a few things. Okay. Swift blockchain. Yeah, that's right. Swift. And he's done an excellent job with that. He does collaborations with the one and only Underdog Research, or the Underdog Research channel. 4 days ago, another Draper exchange talking about Drapers are VC royalty. Second opportunity at Swift, as a Swift blockchain. Big difference compared to traditional Swift, right? That's dated back to the 70s. Not the same thing. I know some of you guys got into it thinking the same thing. It's not the same thing. Obviously, we've done collaborations about Swift and Axelar. So he's been nailing it. He's been killing it. He's dramatically increased his thumbnails. They look so good. Look so nice. Very passionate about what he covers. Give him a follow over at Black Rue. And he can also be followed over on the X platform. Because like I said, X gonna give it to you. Shout out to X Mark Spot. And here is Rue Black over on X. Here it is. Help him on, his following on there as well. He does post exclusive stuff. See, he's paying attention to what, just because Zimbabwe isn't technically a Brics nation, you got to keep in mind, we're always paying attention to what's going on in different areas of the world. And look at this, Brics. See, you literally just reshared this 10 hours ago. So Justin, Zambia introduces plan to jail individuals caught using the U.S. dollar. My God. And other foreign currency up to 10 years. That's pretty drastic, if you ask me. Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, give him a follow. Somebody sent me a DM, so hold on a second. Okay, that's a while back. That's from Dennis Lil. We'll probably get into that a little bit later, or maybe on a different day. All right, so yeah, check out his channel. And Rue, thanks again, man. Really do appreciate it. Looking forward to doing another collaboration with you soon. And in the future, myself, Rue, also Underdog, we're looking to do more collaborations and so on. All right. Jay says he thinks he knows who he's talking about. Let's read another few from some of the community. Session, thoughts on another interoperable platform such as Axelar, Chainlink? Yeah, we talked about the whole thing with Axelar. I hold Chainlink myself. I don't really get into the weeds too much with Chainlink. Some people have asked about that. I'll give you the answer. So I hold Chainlink. Me, I'm all about community. I don't like a lot of what the Chainlink community does when it comes to FUD campaigns against Quant. Doesn't settle well with me. But I'm going to hold both. I'm sure there's nice people in the Chainlink community, but it's just something I constantly see. That kills it for me. It's kind of like a killjoy. But Chainlink is great. I hold some of that. Don't hold as much of that compared to like QNT, but I'm glad to have it.
And for
Go ahead.
another thing about the whole Chainlink thing, people like to put them against each other, but their technologies actually complement each other. Like Quant isn't doing exactly the same thing either. It's like it's almost no one's on Quant's level. Like I'm not trying to FUD Chainlink because I own Link as well, because I feel like you want to have a little bit of skin in the game and all of the things that are taking place that's helping to shape our financial system, but I just don't understand the tribalism in between these retail investors that literally have no skin in the game other than the money that they put into a project or a token. You don't sit at the table of any of these things. You don't go to any of the meetings. You don't sit when they're having discussions in regards to what's happening on the network, what needs to change, what needs to upgrade. It's like, you guys just calm down, get excited when information comes out, and keep living. But stop pitting projects against each other, because I'm more than sure it's just like with these countries. Prime example, when you had like Hedera and I believe it was Ripple and all them on the stage together, you would have thought, based on community, that they hate each other. But no, they're working together on protocols for key recovery, universal key recovery. Like, it's just like, come on, y'all. We thinking too small when it comes to this. This is a sector of the economy. The sector means multiple branches, but all a part of one tree. We need to get rid of this foolishness, retail investor back and forth crap that don't mean anything other than a post on Twitter and likes and comments, because it means nothing when it comes to the actual world of finance.
Yeah, totally. And back to this, because this is what kind of like what Rue was sharing on X. Jay says, Max, I've seen it made illegal to hold certain stablecoins in Europe. Do you think it's possible for them to pull something like that with these elite coins? Anything is obviously possible, but my thing is, people will find other ways around it, because what's the proof in the pudding? Is what people do with VPNs, currently speaking. You want something bad enough, you're going to get it. And will that be the new illegal activity that's technically going on? I guess you could say. Yeah. But wasn't one of the main purposes of all of this stuff to not be centralized, to be decentralized? So, like Michael Cornwell mentioned this in regards to somebody in his boat. The guy goes and buys the boat. Well, what if the guy just takes the payment and just kind of up and leaves town, or the titles and all this stuff? It's like, it's all verifiable on a ledger. You know what I mean? So by making things illegal, it's like, well, damn. I mean, people will find other avenues to still acquire some of these assets, but that's more that centralized control making some of these coins illegal and so on. So it's going to be interesting how it works out. And I understand that, that's just what's going to happen. Governments are going to have their policies, and in reality, there's nothing we could really do about it. But I'm glad you're paying attention to that. All right. Yeah, it's at 59K last I saw it. I think the old crap moment might be 47K, according to what Investor Place was going to mention. I was going to share some Investor Place coverage with you guys tonight, but it would have made the show like maybe 6 hours or something. I just don't want to do that. So we're going to go further down. River says, I truly respect how you took care of your dad, bro. Oh, well, thanks, man. Sometimes I kind of beat myself up about some of that stuff, like, trying to do things more preventative. But I've talked to some close, extended family members and so on, and they're telling me that, like, I really can't do that. It's like some things are just, it's the saying goes, like, nobody can live for me. I can't necessarily live for him, and he's in a way better place. So, kind of like the message of my hat. You could apply this to so many things, whether you're a believer or not. That's like crypto, fear, uncertainty, doubt. What says on the hat says, and Michael Cornwell gave me this hat, faith over fear. Faith to believe in your, for example, the research, over the fear, uncertainty, doubt that's created. And then also, of course, my own personal faith. You guys know how I believe and so on. So that's what I apply to my life, full heartedly. All right. 80s. Time to buy QNT, XDC, XRP, XLM, HBAR. I mean, everything you mentioned right there was like my top 6, give or take. You're getting hungry. What did we mention that made him hungry? Talking about nuts?
No, when you was talking about all of the different tomatoes and stuff.
Oh, that's right. Oh, my bad. Jeez. That was the part where we're talking about like Wu-Tang Clan or something, the whole, hey, you get off my cloud. You don't know me. You don't own my style. Here I am, the QNT man. Patty cake, the QNT man. Don't like grit eggs in hand, Come on now, Wu-Tang Clan. All right, never mind. All right, River. I just fired up my barbecue to grill some moose steaks. Man, okay, thank you for mentioning moose. Marinating for 3 days. All right, guys, don't knock until you try it. I'm telling you flat out, anybody knows. So River knows. The Shadow knows. Moose is better than steak. I know it sounds crazy, but it's way better than steak. It is the best. Moose is the best. I know some people say like, oh, it's Wagyu, or I never had that. So to me, that's the best. But as far as I've tried venison, which unless you cook out the gaming taste, it's not that great. But if you cook out the gaming taste, it's really good. Elk is pretty good. Tastes similar to steer meat. But man, moose, if somebody said, hey, you can have like an 18-ounce ribeye or 22-ounce ribeye steak, I mean, I'll take it. Or they could be like 22 ounce of moose meat. I'm going to take the moose. For real, it's actually better. It is so good. So, man, that sounds good. That sounds really good. XDC. Yeah, I did one not that long ago. It's so hard. Sometimes when I get focused on, I try to laser focus on the material, and it's more about creating unique content. So, but Session, welcome. I hope to see more of you guys. Always welcome people you don't normally see. And thanks for being here. I hope I pronounced your name right. Session, or maybe it's Station. I don't know. Let's read this from Jay. Not the common thought. Financial advice. Not financial advice. Do you believe it is a smart decision to remove initial investments at the top and skip the profits to hold the coins you own for the next 5 to 10 years? I can't answer that question. That is a question that you need to have with yourself and your family. But for me personally, because that's obviously what you're asking. So for me, I look at, I'm different, right? Not to quote the song, but for me, it's like, I honestly don't see, I mean, I could be wrong. I think there'll be a little bit of something will happen at the end of the year for like QNT. But if you look at, this is where the other guys, this fuels their FUD, right, Channing? They're like, this one guy who used to cover QNT and Hedera, and then he came out with a recent video saying why he feels like it was a big waste of money on both. So he pointed out that they're the worst performing altcoins of 2023 and 2024. Okay, those are very, very long-term investments. So I look at it from the point of view, I would rather see more of the mass adoption. Maybe I take a little bit of profits on that, but this is where some people point out, man, you are really well diversified. And I am. I'm in over like 60, I think I'm at like 67 projects right now.
Wow.
So yeah, and with those, like my file coins and so on, and my shibs and my Doge coins, and think of those ones, my bytes, right? What have we seen that be the ones that really stood out so far in this bull run before like the halving, this last halving? Well, it has been your AI ones. It has been your meme token ones. So I do listen to some of the guys that preach a anti-meme coin narrative, and I used to be kind of like with them on that. And I will give this guy a shout because he does deserve a proper shout out. I know a lot of you guys listen to Mason versus Louise. I do too. There's a video he recently came out with, I think maybe about a month ago, and he was saying that, and it takes a lot for a person to admit they're wrong. Like in my opinion, it takes a real man to do that. So props to him. And that is, he mentioned that he was he listened to that narrative of like, don't hold meme coins and it's all about utility. But he's like, I feel as though now that I was wrong, that I should still hold both, but to not hold like some AI ones, to not hold some meme related ones in this current bull market, you may miss that. That's where it's at for me. So I was so tempted when QNT Channing dropped down to 74 to shift half of like my SHIB to QNT. But then I said to myself, man, people talk about alt season. In reality, it's like we can still see some huge things. So if BTC and Ethereum, they're still the dominant ones, whether we like that tech or not.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so they're going to have their boom. I don't want to shift now while that boom happens, because your ones like your SHIBs and so on are going to have dramatic increase. You know what I mean? Because again, a lot of like the retail coins, if you will, they do, whether we like it or not, they focus on those memes.
Absolutely.
So I'd rather take profits on those when they go to all-time highs and not say SHIB to a penny, but if it goes to like 3 zeros and a 2, that's like over 200,000 SHIB for me. Then I reevaluate things like QNT and some of these other assets, and I say to myself, all right, cool. Those, while they may be a little bit higher in price, like maybe they're not 74, 75 bucks, maybe it's 100. I still rather go about it that way and get more of my QNTs and more of some of these other ones compared to just shifting it now. That was my own personal decision. Other people have done it differently. They're like, nope, I already shifted that, and I respect that. But that's just what I'm doing personally to answer the question. Anyway, we need to get further down to the comments, wrap up the show in a few minutes. I do appreciate you guys being here. Want to have some community time. Great numbers still. I mean, earlier on YouTube, I think we were up to 80. We're at 52 now, which is fine. And the X 185 total combined broadcast of 235. Really great numbers. Shows that you guys, I do appreciate it. One thing I love about X, really cool thing, because I've seen it myself. As soon as you start X, what does it say? Like for me, or for you guys, it probably says, Maximus Crypto is live. Would you like to join? It doesn't do that on YouTube. On YouTube, it's like, yeah, you press the notification, but if you don't watch the person for a while, it stops giving you those notifications.
Absolutely.
So shout out to Elon Musk, the right one, right? Not the other guy. That's so cool. I mean, he really, incentivizes content creators and researchers. All right, let's read this. It's funny. River, these nuts. Yeah, shout out to Chronic, the first Chronic album, right? Like drop bombs like Hiroshima. What was that? RBX back in the day. All right, Kenneth Robinson, definitely my top 3 in crypto so far as research. Number one as far as how thorough you are with it. Man, Kenneth, you rock, man. You've been having some great comments. Don't ever think I don't appreciate you, man. I always appreciate you, Kenneth. Kenneth, do me a favor. See this guy over? That guy over there? You need to follow him too. He's going to be coming back with some research. No pressure. Absolutely. And with that said, let's take a moment to give a plug to your channel, because it's overdone. We're going to stop everything we're doing, and we're going to go right to that for a moment. Let's bring up Channing's channel. Here he is. Full screen that sucker. This is my special surprise guest of the day, Channing Harrell. And he continuously covers Quant. He's done one video on Crow, but his main focus is clearly Quant. He tries to share some unique things. He shares some of my research. He does, like some other ones where he'll elaborate on mine crypto. Yeah. And, so yeah, absolutely. So, and then he gives, kind of like his own deeper dive into some of the stuff as well. He's got unique content, great coverage. Go ahead and give him a follow. And again, really easy to find. Just type in @KingChanning on YouTube. Just KING, then Channing, all one word to a sentence. And it'll come right up. He's also on X. And he's at King versus King. Or you just type in a search for King Channing QNT and it'll pop up on there. All right. Let's take a moment to get further down into some more comments. Jay's Diecast. Yeah, I appreciate it. My channel died when I became a dad, and I'm completely okay with that. I think I'll start another channel. For Crypto Journey, you guys are putting me on right now. Oh, yeah, cool, man. No problem, buddy. All right. Thank you again to Rue Black, who also has Maximum Research, right? All right. Let's see here. You get a hint. I don't know what you're talking about in regards to that. I don't know what that. I don't know. It might be some other, conversation. All right, Stu Lavelle. Hopefully, I pronounced that right. Good chat, gentlemen. Just joined. Hey, welcome. Nice picture of you, your family. I haven't been to the ocean in a while. I used to go out to LA like almost every other year, but haven't been to the ocean since 2017. All right, let's go further down. Tribalism is dumb. I agree. Do we see Tesla shareholders on Spaces flooding Amazon? No, exactly. Thank you. Well said. That should probably be like screenshotted and posted. Thank you. Yeah, but that's the thing. I wouldn't want to take that and be like, "Hey, Chainlink people," because then they'll take it wrong, and that's not my mission. My mission is to just share research, to also have community involvement, like we have, building communities and whatnot, and then at the same time, like I pointed this out in the past, I'm not in Volt anymore, right? So that's not no knock on the Volt community.
Right.
My key thing is I'm always going to root for their success, or anybody else's success. Why would I want to root against somebody else's success?
Because if you guys think about it, a win in crypto for one is a win in crypto for all. But a fail in crypto for one is a fail in crypto for all. Like, really think about that. Because as you get winners, there's more eyes. There's more adoption. There's more institutions looking at, hey, what is this DOT thing? Hey, how can I be a part of this? But if you start failing, this project fails, it hit the news, their project fails. It's like, oh no, this is crazy. This is unstable. This is that. So people need to wake up and realize it's not a one winner, everyone else loses. No, we go all win together because each of these projects are bringing a different technology to the sector. Because it's just that, a sector. It's like the stock exchange. It's a slew of companies within that sector of the economy. And this is the distributed ledger technology sector. There's multiple projects that's going to do phenomenal through this. Just think more, put our big boy caps on and not these little retail investor pants. Like, come on now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna share this as well. Well, I guess Rue's still here. Hey, Rue, cool, man. I should have invited you on earlier if that was the case. My bad. All right, let's read this. Jay's Diecast Creations. Max, would you be able to do a video explaining the ecosystem that we are stepping into? Kind of like how you call QNT the fence, how Swift, HBAR, XLM, XRP, JASMY, etc. works visually. I can't guarantee that. Maybe. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. I mean, my thing is this. It's not excuses, but I already worked like 3 jobs, 7 days a week. So, but it's something to think about. I used to do 4, which is absolutely insane. So creates too much sleep apnea, as you can see right here. So anyway, all right, Jay's Diecast. Can you please drop a link for Channing's channel? Oh, you want the direct link? I could definitely do that. So let's see here. I'll just do it like this. That way it takes you right to his videos catalog. So that's in the chat. Boom. There's that. Okay, you already subbed up? Cool. So you got a new sub. Let's check out how you did. So remember how we originally said Channing just rugged himself. All right, Channing's back. You just rugged yourself, man.
Oh, I didn't touch anything.
That was weird. All right. It's all good. Let's go ahead and share this. So remember how originally I said you're at 377?
Yeah.
Well, let's see if you scaled up. And the answer is you scaled up. You're now at 382.
Oh,
so
wow.
Not too bad.
Yeah. That's what's up. So I appreciate you guys. Really
Yeah.
do. Y'all. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. Let's see here. Stu Lavelle. Many horses will win this race, but many will go to zero. It's all in utility.
Yeah.
Very point.
I mean, regulation it's gonna, some of these, like dog with cat, and just things that just don't make sense to have all these millions and billions of dollars attached to it. It's just like that .com bubble. You're gonna get companies that are overevaluated and then smushed out when regulation come to play. It is what it is. It's what the big boys do. They've said, hey, you guys have had time on the playground long enough to play. and now I'm coming to take your balls, and you're not going to do anything but let me play now, because it's our time to play. And no one plays like we play, because while you over there swinging millions, we're swinging trillions.
Man, that's a great analogy. I like that. Tia, aka T-Lens, went ahead and subbed to you, Vegas Crypto.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Here's G. So, you know, you may be Detroit. He's the G. New kid on the block, about to get smacked back to the boondocks. You know, non-researchers. Your research ain't your type. So take some real advice and form a group with Vanilla Ice. And when I tell you better use it, this is Channing Tatum, not that hilly-billy music. Just kidding. All right. G says Channing seems to be a quant expert since this project makes up 99% of his channel. Good point. And 1% is crow lol.
True. Very true.
So you don't believe much in crow, right? Only 1%. No. I'm playing.
I love crow. Kronos is amazing. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. I still have a lot of crow. And I've been staking it for like a couple years. So
nice.
Anyway, it's on auto staking. Yeah. It's so that creates like compounding interest basically.
Exactly.
I don't do the crypto.com native wallet. I do the DeFi wallet. So you get literally double the APR. Some people don't know about that stuff. I don't know why, but they don't. All right. Just got first movers advantage with that sub. Appreciate laser focus. So I would check out your videos for sure. Awesome. With that said, we're going to close it out, but you, Shanny, get the final word. Go for it.
Just another night of amazing coverage. Like I tell you, you know, both publicly on my channel and privately when we talk and text and have our hours-long conversations. Maximus, you rock. You the information that you and Quant Papa bring to us is incredible. This is almost to the scale of something I feel like insider trading, because it's like this is truly insider information. Although it is.
Don't say that. Don't say no. Don't say any of that. I'm gonna have to delete all that stuff. No, scam. Don't say it, because I gotta go in later, many years from now, when all this stuff pumps to the moon and so on, and be like, oh, it was financial advice, and I had to delete that. Dang it, Shanny. Damn it.
But
no,
it's public knowledge.
I get
it's public knowledge though. So that's the one thing that the distinguishes between the two of insider traders. It's all public knowledge. It's all things that's been put out either on their LinkedIn. It's all things that's been put out on Twitter. It's all things that's been put out in press releases. It's just people don't take the time to read and listen when people are saying things. But you take the time to refocus us and bring us back to the things that matter as far as these projects are concerned. Like simple things like what you brought up about China today and their standards. That stuff has been going on since 2018. This isn't insider trade information, but yet what you're bringing to us is public knowledge that just was overlooked.
2017, but yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, 2017. There you go. It's just, but it was just overlooked. And 2017, but still working currently to today because the status is pending, meaning it hasn't been rejected.
Well, that'll be the final thing we'll talk about just for a second, okay?
Okay.
I want everybody to remember that. So we're going to follow this further. We don't have squat. Good luck trying to find it. I mean, I'll try to get maybe with Underdog and see if he can, with his forensics that he does, if he could find out more. But there's zilch. I literally spent probably a good 5 hours, you know, not all at once, but I'm like, I got to find more about Fastnet Limited. Nothing. Zero. Nada. Like literally, it's a wrap, right? But my main thing is this. So it said that whole thing about pending. So 2017, you see this shift, obviously, when it comes to like, you know, what the Brics nations are, you know, or Russia and some of these on China are doing and so on, obviously Brics nations. And then you see this announcement of this year about they haven't shows what like particular blockchain to do. And so then you see what's going on from that patent and then some of those updates, and it's an alignment. And most importantly is understanding like where it says pending there. Now, if Brics comes out with an update, this is what we should all pay attention to. An update, you know, out of the blue. Maybe it is later this year. It'd be interesting to go back and see on that pending status for that patent. So let's not forget about that, Channing. For real. Let's not forget about that. We'll try to go back and see if there's anything, because you want to know something? I wouldn't be too surprised to see all of a sudden an update that would reflect that.
Mm-hmm.
That would pound it home 100%.
Yeah, it's it's all within the works. It's steps. Like Christine Lagarde said, we have a roadmap. And we're following our roadmap. It's a roadmap, man. Like again, they don't play checkers, they play chess. And they've had this thing strategically planned out. We're gonna do this year, this year, this year, this year. And you know that based off information that you gave us the other day, talking their roadmap from 2024 to 2028. There are roadmaps out there. And they are executing on their plan. I said all the time, Quant Network is a boss. And bosses move in silence. And what they do, they have their head down and they're working diligently, globally, putting proof in the pudding, not doing a lot of this, but a whole lot of delivering. And you can't do anything but respect the company that does that. So again, thank you for always bringing the facts and statistics and actually bringing concrete, legitimate information and research to us, because I tell you privately, I call myself, Daniel's son and you Mr. Miyagi, because man, you are the ultimate teacher. You're the ultimate, you take us to school time and time and time again. Like people don't realize every time you do a deep dive, that's like a lecture. That's a tutorial. Sit down, take notes, because he's giving information that can literally change your life. So I, first off, just want to thank you for doing everything you do and putting me in the position where I'm at as far as the knowledge that I've obtained in regards to these projects, especially Quant, and making me want to do further research into what this company is actually doing and the things they're facilitating globally, which is incredible. Going back to even the Brics stuff, like it's incredible. So that lets you know that it's not just the Western world or Western culture that they have an imprint on. It's also the other side of this spectrum as well. And it's also things like the islands. Like a lot of the people who's like, well, what is like Jamaica and all that? They all have had projects come out of this. They all have had seats at the table. They all are working harmoniously on digital technology and infrastructure for their prospective countries. And it seems like Quant is right there, like a little puppet master, facilitating all of these things. And it's incredible. It really, truly is.
Yeah, you better believe it. We're going to read the last 3 comments, and then we are truly going to wrap it up. Jay says, thank you guys for all the time you are putting into this stuff. You're very welcome. Thank you.
Not a problem.
Stu Lavelle, I'll leave you with this. I saw QNT at 50,000, less than $1 trillion market cap. Yeah, that's a good point. Very good point. Jay's Diecast, think about the name Fastnet. It was created not to be caught. Yeah, and we'll try to get some more updates in regards to that. I'll try to get with Quant Papa. I know that he's looked all over. He's like, can't find anything more. And then I try to find more, and that was it. But then I was like, well, how can I create something out of this? Well, it is to show everything on that timeline about what Brics is doing. So I was like, okay, that's how we're going to share this, because that does matter. And a lot of you guys do pay attention to what's going on with this whole thing of what the Brics nations are doing. The world's, like de-dollarization. It all matters for the bigger picture. All right. We're going to now wrap it up. You'll see some outros. Probably like maybe, I don't know, 2 or 3 videos. Just depends. We'll play the latest one that was just created. Smash the like on your way out. And if anything, I don't know if I'm with you guys tomorrow, but I'll have to chop up some videos. But thank you again. The platform, this channel is growing. I'm really grateful for that. And glad to do collaborations with people like Channing once again. And you'll probably see me maybe next week with some of the other guys. But go ahead.
I was just saying thank you for having me again.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Glad to do it, Channing. We'll be in touch soon. Here's the intros. We're going to pull myself and Channing off. Again, smash the like on your way out. And God bless you all. Have a great 4th of July, actually, right? How about that? Happy Independence Day. Absolutely. We'll see you guys on the next one.
Sometimes by the New York town side, staying alive was no jive. And secondhand mom's down score. So then we moved to Shaolin Land. A young blocking to go to Logos. Only way I think in the G off of W. And let's start it like this, son. Rolling with this one and that one, pulling out gas for fun. But it was just a dream for the team. Who was a fiend? Started smoking moolies at 16 and running up in dates and doing hits for high stakes, making my way on fire escapes. No question, I was for cracks and weed. The combination made my eyes bleed. No question, I would go up and try to get the dough, sticking up white boys and ball courts. My life got no better, same damn low sweater. Times is rough and tough like leather. Figured I went the wrong route, so I got wheels and gold click and went all out, catching keys from cross seas, rolling in MPVs. Every week we made 40 G's. Your brother, respect my. On here go the Tech 9. Check, check, pow. Who from the gate now? Cash rules everything around me. Scream R-E-A-M. Get the money, dollar, dollar bill, y'all. Cash rules everything around me. Scream R-E-A-M. Get the money, dollar, dollar bill, y'all. Cash rules everything around me. Scream R-E-A-M. Get the money, dollar, dollar bill, y'all. Cash rules. Standing on the corners, walking, just driving some of the hottest cars New York has ever seen. From dropping some of the hottest voices rappers ever heard. From the dope spot with the smoke, fleeing the murder scene, you know me well. From nightmares of a lonely cell, my only hell. But since when y'all brothers know me to fail? Heck no, well all my brothers with the rubber grips for shots. And if you with me, mama, rub on your tits and whatnot. I'm from the school of the hard knocks, you must not. That outside is violate our boxing in my plot. Let's stick up the world and split it 50-50, Let's take the dough and stay real taking, And set the Chris and get pissy, pissy. Flowing beneath me like the memory of my brother Biggie. Baby, you know it's hell when I come through. The life and times of Sean Carter, Brother Volume 2. Y'all brothers get ready. It's the hard knock life for us. It's the hard knock life for us. Instead of treated, we get tricked. Instead of kisses, we get kicked. It's the hard knock life. It's the hard knock life for us. It's the hard knock life for us. Instead of treated, we get tricked. Instead of kisses, we get kicked. It's the hard knock life. Just waking up in the morning, gotta thank God. I don't know, but today seems kinda odd. No barking from the dog, no small. And mama cooked the breakfast with no hall. I got my glove on, but didn't dig out. Finally got a call from a girl I wanna dig out. Booked it up for later as I hit the door, thinking, will I live another 24? I gotta go cause I got me a drop top, and if I hit the switch I can make the ass drop. Had to stop at a red light, looking in my mirror, not a jacker in sight, and everything is alright. I got a beat from Kim and she can fuck all night. Called up the homies and I'm asking y'all, which part of y'all playing? Still on the court and I'm troubled. Last week fucked around and got a triple-double. Freaking nigga every way like MJ. I can't believe a day was a good day. Shit. top and let the sun shine in. With the wood grain, let the Twinkies spin. Get you a glass, mix the Coke and the hen. It's quite alright with the draw in the wind, with the draw in the wind. Got me a 73 Chevy, put dubs on that bitch. Candy apple green, niggas loving this shit. Loving this shit. And when I'm in it, I'll act a fool. You don't like how I'm living, bitch, fuck you. That's right. I'm a rude ass nigga. Quick to do you, cut a food ass nigga. Weighing in at about $1.65, and a nigga can fuck, plus the boy gets live. That's right. You know legs, wings, and short thighs. Beat 'em up, then switch sides. Hot hole worker Sean John below to the floor. He oughta enjoy with the loaded 4-4. Be sure and acquire more for you fuck with mine. Disrespect, I'll disconnect your line. With a 6 watt, when shit's hot you get shot. The fire, the fury, you fuck with it not. You're stopping the grace, get out my space and for me and my ace, lay down the whole place. Recognize this is the verbalized surprise. Fucking with me, wrong way to wise, nigga. Hoes close, goes gold. Big old bank rolls, that's all a nigga knows. Throw your elbows, I'm sicker than I suppose. Hold them chose, cause my jury froze. You know how it goes, these young niggas don't want it like this. Go off and get your get to silence the chit-chat blast. So pass, outlast, out cash. More sicky, talk tricky, to the trick like trash. Glorilla, a gorilla flow for most thriller. Come clean, looking mean, but you